Massachusetts, as the jury gets set for 2 days. It's the second day of deliberations. They started yesterday about 12:30 Eastern time and went till 4 o'clock. So 3.5 hours of work. At that point, Judge Sullivan sent them home for the evening. We expect that they will be back in the courtroom, and Judge Sullivan will ask those questions. Did you hear or see or talk to anybody about this case? And then it'll be back to work for day 2. Lindsay Clancy is facing murder charges for the deaths of her 3 children, 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan. The former labor and delivery nurse used exercise bands to strangle each child in the family basement while her husband, Patrick, was out running errands. Lindsay's attorney, Kevin Reddington, yesterday said his client is nervous and scared as he left the courthouse yesterday.
Would you wish you had a second chance to go back up there and rebut any of that?
No.
Kevin, you confident?
Never confident.
Kevin, did you get your money back from the prosecutors? The 75 cents.
That comes under you don't talk about hallway conversations with other attorneys. So I don't disclose that.
What do you have to say about this jury? The judge complimented them.
They've been great. They've been amazing.
There's a podium here, Mr. Reddington.
I don't care. I don't do podiums.
Kevin does not do
Mr.
podiums,
Reddington,
everyone.
what will it take for institutions to realize that maternal mental health is a priority and something that needs to be funded and something that needs to be consistently supported for moms around the globe?
Somebody like you to advocate for them.
Yes.
Thank
Lindsay
you.
Clancy was obviously emotional in court. How's she doing after closing arguments?
She's doing all right. She's nervous. She's scared.
What do you hope you left the jury with today? I mean,
Pardon me?
what do you hope after hearing everything from you today that they're left with? What's the message that they're left with?
I think that they have to weigh all of this evidence, and I believe that the government ultimately has not proven their case.
Any idea how long this jury is going to take, you think?
Absolutely not. I would have no way of knowing. A lot of evidence, a lot of time on the case, a lot of exhibits, and they've been very, very attentive and working hard. I don't know.
Kevin, did you hear Monday or no?
Don't know.
And any response to those critics who say your closing wasn't as great as it could have been?
What?
Just being honest here, I don't know. Do you have any second thoughts about the closing, or you think you left it all on the table?
Put it this way. I have my fair amount of haters. I'm sure there's people that would like to comment on the fact that I'm arrogant and aggressive and a bully and all the rest of it. And so, did the best I could.
All right, that was Kevin Reddington leaving the courthouse yesterday. Just a short time ago, he did arrive. And again, we're expecting that Judge Sullivan is going to address the jury before he sends them back to work. After 3.5 hours, it's day 2. This could take a while. Let's bring in our panel as we sit and wait. And a note, we are live on not just Court TV, but the YouTube channels of Court TV and Law and Crime. And we're going to be here until there is a verdict. So don't go anywhere. That's our camera in the courtroom. That's our photographer, Rich. He'll get first notice of a question or a verdict. So we have you covered. And we've got lots of time to dissect and mull the evidence that the jury is mulling and trying to determine what to do. Will they come to a verdict? Will it be a hung jury? We'll have to wait and see. It's a waiting game. But again, we're all here together. Let's bring in Susan Hendricks, Ali Benevento, and Randolph Rice. Ali and Randolph are attorneys. And Susan is in the Court TV studios this morning. Let's start and just go around the horn here with thoughts about closings and predictions on how long you think it's going to take these 12. 9 women, 3 men. Ali, you're up.
never want to try to predict how long it's going to take. I always joke that waiting for a jury to come back is kind of like waiting for a baby to be born. Could be quick, could take several hours or longer. And so I will not speculate on that. But there is a lot of evidence in this case. There has been many, many days of testimony. This jury they have been troopers. There's a lot to go through, and we want them to be careful with that evidence. We want them to go through it, to discuss it, to bounce ideas off of each other, and to be really thoughtful. This is a serious matter, and of course we expect they're taking it seriously, so it could take a while. I thought closing arguments were interesting. I thought Kevin Reddington did a great job of continuing to exude empathy and to be enthusiastic about the real issue here, which is criminal responsibility, postpartum health care for women. And I thought that it was surprising to see that the prosecution had softened their tone for closing arguments. Finally, no sass, no snide comments, and we'll see if the jury thought that came across as genuine or not, but I thought that they were very good in being methodical and using that timeline against Lindsay to try to show premeditation and planning. Really good job on closing arguments, I think, from both sides in this case.
Randolph, your thoughts?
Well, I certainly think both sides did a good job in closing. I will say this, couple things that stood out to me yesterday as Kevin Reddington was leaving the courthouse. One of the reporters asked him if he thought he could have done something different in closing. And I can tell you, of the thousands of cases I've had and the thousands of closing arguments, I got to tell you, when you come back after the fact and somebody says, would you have done it differently? The answer usually is yes. You know, you always think to yourself, you know, I should have said this, or I could have said that. I should have predicted what the prosecution was going to argue. I would bet he probably also he should have picked up those quarters. In his mind, he probably thought, you know what, I should have picked them up so that the prosecution couldn't use those in their closing. But all in all, I thought good closings. You know, at the end of the day, I think it goes back to how much evidence was put in, and that's probably what the jury really is focused on right now.
Susan, we've covered a lot of trials, and a lot of times the jury foreperson can be an X factor. And in this case, the jury foreperson is one of the two jurors that I noticed right away, and talking with other people that have been in the courtroom feel the same way. One is a gentleman who's also on the jury who didn't take one note throughout the entire trial. The foreperson is a different breed. This is a woman in her maybe late 60s, could maybe in their 70s. She was dialed in. She was right next to the witness, taking notes, looking up. This was like one of those jurors you're like, ooh, I wonder if she'll be on the panel or not. Well, she is, and she's the foreperson. And with this amount of evidence and her leading the way, we could be here a while.
Yeah, there is a lot of evidence, Ted. And what stood out to me are, of course, all the exhibits, the witnesses on the stand, but with Reddington kind of dumping in reasonable doubt throughout, not sticking really to one theory, talking about Patrick, asking him on the stand. How did you hear Lindsay speak if she wasn't able to speak? Almost putting him as the focus of what was going on. So I don't envy the jurors here because they have to go through all of that. And based on some of the jurors I've interviewed in the aftermath of certain trials, they go in, of course, and say, okay, let's raise our hand and say how many people believe this way, how many people believe that way. And coming together may be difficult here. I don't think they come back today because I think it's a little bit too fast, if you will, because of they take their job seriously, as you saw, Ted, in that courtroom. They are dialed in. And to just come back and say, oh, yeah, guilty, not guilty, and not really take the time to go through the jury instruction, to go through, 57 exhibits plus, it'll be interesting, though, to see.
Yeah, let's go into court. Judge Sullivan taking the bench.
Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Are we ready to bring the jury in? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Bring the jury in.
All rise. Jurors enter. Court's now in session. Be seated, please. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting at Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternate jurors are present for the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
What I'm going to do is just ask you those questions and send you right back out. So first question, is any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? No. All right. Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? No. All right. Thank you again for following those instructions. And at this time, you may resume your deliberations. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Sure, just wait. Jurors, that's it.
Can you hear me? I just had like a power surge. I don't know why. All right, I'm gonna grab the link. Could probably watch it while we're waiting. I'll just pause here and there. Okay. Okay, good. All right, I'm gonna play that.
Detective Ross, June 15th, 2023 at 5:51 p.m.
Anything I can do to help you?
No, unless you want to.
Anything you want?
I'm not sure what Nick had you doing.
Nick didn't want you here with us on the county.
Yeah. I prefer to interview with few people, but
Whatever you want. Adam, if I go in with Mike here, can you just take care of that?
signature. Thank you, sir. If you don't mind, just wait a couple minutes. I'd like to talk to you, but there's a couple things I got to do first, and then if that's okay.
That's fine.
All right.
Yep.
Give him water, right? And he's handcuffed. So how can he drink it? Yeah, I'm not defending any child murderers. I'm just defending like the law. Like if you plead the fifth, you're supposed to get a lawyer. Or if you ask for a lawyer, you're supposed to get a lawyer, you know? Is what I meant to say. Okay. Did they take this long? Damn.
Thanks, Ryan. Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
You need to contact the front when you're done. You want me to
Check
check
on
on
Mike Ross.
I feel like I missed something. Hold on. Okay.
I'm gonna put these in the front, okay, so it's more comfortable.
Okay.
Maybe. All right, spin around for me. Check that one, make sure it's not too tight on you, all right? Well, here it is. Put your hands up for me there. All right, now you can get a drink of water.
Thank you.
No.
So I don't know if I'm gonna be able to hit this button. These cuffs are pretty old. There we go. I just want to make sure they don't get tighter on you. Get you a drink of water there. Like I was saying, I'm Mike Ross. This is Mike Green. We've met before, but you probably don't remember. It's back in 2015. I came out to your house when you were on Virginia Drive, when you lived on Virginia. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay. I want to talk to you about what happened today, but I got to read this to you real quick, all right? And this is, I read this to everybody, all right? It says you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to the lawyer for advice before I ask you any questions. And if you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed.
Yep.
You understand? Oh, good. Do you, by chance, remember me at all?
Haze.
Okay. Back when you lived on Virginia, was that your house or did you live with somebody? All right. You said, have you ever been married before? Or have you ever been married previous? Chad, what's your birthday? Are you thinking? You all right, Chad? What's your birthday?
3191.
Thank you. Where are you living at? You all right, Chad? Is there anything I can do to make you more comfortable? Are you hungry? Or do you need any, do you take any prescription medications that I can get for you?
Mm-mm.
All right. Do you feel okay now?
Kind of.
All right. Why don't we do this? Why don't you just tell me what's going on, what happened today?
I don't have anything to say. I don't really know.
And that's okay. Maybe we can work through this. Maybe we can help you remember. All right?
I have no clue.
All right.
What am I doing in here?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. All right. When's the last time you slept?
Monday,
Do you know what day it is today?
Thursday, Friday.
No, you're right. It's Thursday. Do you know what the date is? It's all right. I had to look myself. Today's the 15th. Why don't you take a drink of water? Maybe that'll help you. Maybe you're just a little dehydrated. You said you haven't slept since Monday? Are you tired now?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
A little bit. Not really.
When's the last time you ate any food?
Today.
Breakfast, lunch?
Mm,
Do you remember what you ate?
I ain't eating.
What happened today, Chad? Did something make you upset?
I wasn't upset.
What were you feeling? Betrayed?
No. Never.
Happy?
Mm-hmm.
Was there weight on your back about something recently?
Mm.
What happened today?
We were living in hell. Like the world, hell. It's in the Bible. You shoot your first, second, third. Well, first your wife. I didn't first.
You didn't what?
What?
You didn't first?
No, I didn't get it. Life.
You didn't get to finish your life?
I don't know.
Why is that?
Because I don't know who I am. Not. Mm-hmm.
When you say that, do you mean you just kind of lost your way?
I'll wait for a lawyer. I really don't know. Like, give me a couple of days and let me talk to a lawyer so that way I can get nice, good answers.
I understand. Do you have a lawyer?
We have family lawyers.
Who's that? Is there somebody I can call?
Keith Dorman.
Is he related to you?
Yes.
Who's Keith to you?
My dad.
All right.
And then Ruby Franklin. She's in the CIA. Call her.
Is she a lawyer?
Huh?
Is Ruby a lawyer?
She's in the CIA.
All right. I know I heard you say that. I didn't know if maybe she was a CIA attorney or. But you said your dad is a lawyer?
Mm-hmm. We have a family lawyer.
All right. But you don't know who that is?
No. I don't think I've ever met you either.
We've met. I remember you. You were the nice guy that lives on Virginia Drive.
Yeah.
Would you like a drink of water?
To live on Virginia Drive.
Yeah, I know. I talked to you there. You had left your door open and you were worried about someone having a key to it. And I checked it for you.
Who would have had the key?
I think you just left it open. I don't think anyone had a key.
Oh, you didn't check it. Did you lock it all up?
Well, you were there. We talked. I mean, we didn't have to lock it up. You were at home.
Okay.
Let's step out for a minute, okay? All right? You okay? Chad, you need anything?
Still.
Sure don't want something to eat.
custody a little better. Mm-hmm. Thought I was in hell. Straight hell.
Chad, I printed that off because I thought we were Facebook friends with each other. Are we?
I don't know.
I think we are. Did we go to school together?
I haven't seen. I haven't.
How old are you? About 35?
32.
Maybe not, because I'm a little bit older than that. 46. I thought we went to school together or something. Did you go to Amelia?
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe you knew one of my brothers. I don't know. I have 5 brothers. I think you have some brothers too, don't you?
I have one half brother.
Is his name Clyde?
Todd.
Todd, sorry.
Charles.
Okay, sorry. Did you grow up on Virginia Drive, or did you just move there?
No, we.
Where'd you grow up?
Felicity.
Oh, okay. Well, I was asking because I grew up on 132 there, right by across the street from Holly Hill, and I had a best friend that lived back on Virginia, so I was there every day. I was just curious if you grew up on there. We're at Felicity. Chad, you seemed upset about it. I'd like you to tell me a little bit about it. Tell me.
Wonderful people.
I'm sure. When did you? Five years ago, 10 years ago. Name? Do you have
4
names?
Four hours of deliberation so far. 4 hours and 3 minutes and 54 seconds.
How old?
4.
How old? Oh, I'm sorry. I was worried that I was saying that wrong. How old?
7.
How old?
3.
And how?
14.
Okay.
I never names right. I never ages right.
I couldn't tell you my kids' ages either. I just know.
Yeah. You would have asked me, if you would have asked me 15 minutes ago inside that cop car, I could not have told you. If you would have asked me a week ago, I would not have told you.
Your ages?
I wouldn't have told you. I would probably would. I wouldn't even be talking.
Last week?
Yeah.
What changed?
Mm-hmm.
Just feel like talking now.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you work at?
Kills. Insulation.
Is that a union job?
Mhm.
How long you work there?
Mm-hmm.
Long time? A year? Long time?
Mm-hmm.
Did you work today?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember having to come home because you forgot some tools?
Tape.
Tape? Like the silver duct tape? Or what kind of tape are we talking about?
That tape.
Did you get it?
Mhm.
And did you go back to work after you got the tape?
Mhm.
And then what happened? Where were you working at today? Like on site, a job?
Orthopedics.
Where?
Orthopedics.
Oh, okay. And where's that at? In Amelia? In Anderson? And then at some point, did you decide that you wanted to go home and take a nap? Or did you finish out your workday? Did you come home again early? Let me ask you this. Did anybody at work irritate you today? Your boss? A coworker? Chad, I need you to stay with me. It's important. You good? Chad? You good? I need you to stay with me. This is important, all right? I'd like to know what happened today. Some things happened today with you. And I'd like you to tell me what happened. Are you good?
Yeah.
Have you been arguing lately at all? No. Are you good?
Yeah.
Have you been arguing lately at all? No. Don't tell me no, because I argue with my wife all the time. Marriage is not easy.
I don't really argue. Just kind of turn around and walk away.
Well, I guess I don't argue with my wife either. She's always right, because when I try and argue, it just makes it worse.
Pointless.
But I know that marriage is difficult. And if you're not arguing from time to time, then it's not, you're not having a meaningful marriage. So what we're arguing about, or what is that about? Do you remember asking you today if everything was okay with you?
My thoughts and crazy thoughts, and how I need to go to the doctors, and I scheduled an appointment at the liver clinic to go there, and then I didn't go there. I went home, back to the doctors, looked at me and said, "Yeah, the hospital," and then take me. And I was I had horrible thoughts, thinking I was living in the Bible.
Listening. I'm listening. Keep going.
It's
Tell me about those thoughts you were having.
And you gotta,
The Bible's important to me. I'm curious of what kind of things you were thinking. Were you thinking about hurting yourself?
No.
Were you thinking about hurting?
I was going to go to hell. Let them go to heaven. Because we're living in hell.
So you wanted to go to heaven? What about
heaven?
And how were you going to send them to heaven? How are you going to send them to heaven? Chad, did you shoot?
No. I'm not sure.
Did you shoot? Chad, this is important. Stay with me. Did you?
Is that how you were going to come to heaven?
You shook your head no. Well, then how? Are children in heaven now? Yes. And how to heaven?
Fly.
Like an angel?
Like an angel.
Is that where you deserve to be, is in heaven?
In heaven.
In a better place?
Yes.
And so your idea was to make God there in a good way, in a kind way?
I'm not talking.
Do you fish?
Yes.
Have you taken them hunting yet? They're too young.
I'll tell you what.
When you go hunting, do you have a particular gun that you use for hunting?
No Mossberg.
Describe it to me. Does it have a wood stock?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a shotgun or a rifle? What do you hunt?
Deer.
Yeah, we got some deer hunters here too. Do you have more than one hunting gun or just one?
Why are we talking?
Because I'm trying to help you, Chad. I'm trying to help you. You're upset right now. Does your Mossberg shoot shotgun shells or does it shoot a different caliber? Let me see. Chad, when you go fishing, where do you fish? Chad? Chad, I'm going to ask you something and I don't want to offend you, all right? But I need to ask this. Have you been using drugs? Street drugs?
No drugs ever.
Meth?
No. I've joked around about it, but never did meth, never did any type of speed, never did anything.
All right. No ice?
Nope. Nope.
No coke?
Nope. Nope.
No fentanyl?
Nope. Nope.
Just drink alcohol?
Yep. Love beer. I haven't had a beer in a while. Actually, I drink. No. I haven't had a beer in a while.
What's a while to you?
Like 2 days. Usually I got at least drink 3, 4, 6 a night. You know.
You guys, and I
I
don't
don't have to, but like that's what I do. You know, I go home, mow grass, drink a couple beers.
And there isn't anything wrong with that. But again, I don't want to offend you, but do you have a drinking problem? I mean, I mow grass and drink, but I'm just asking, do you?
I don't think so. I think like by the weekends, I mean, yeah, you might drink 7, 8, you know, but on weekdays, you only drink 2 or 3, you got work.
Yeah. And you've never had a DUI, so I don't think that you have a drinking problem.
No, I haven't had a DUI.
All right. So, yeah, I mow, I drink too. I get it. But you've never, you know, dabbled in any street drugs or anything like that, you said.
No.
Do you take any prescription medications?
Nope.
Can you tell us a little bit about why you want to go to the little clinic?
It was poisoning me for a while.
When?
Months ago. He was putting shit in my food. It was bad I couldn't even eat because I would taste it. And it was bad.
You did that today because you seem like you're in and out of it. Like,
I don't know. Last night I couldn't sleep. After that, I couldn't sleep. I didn't drink a beer.
Do you normally drink beer to help you relax and sleep?
Yeah, sometimes. But
Always good to see you too,
I
Clifford.
feel like for the last 8 months, I feel off. 9 months off. Real off.
You seem a little off this afternoon. You feel like you're in and out of thinking things.
Yep. Yep.
Your thoughts, do they bother you?
Never listened. Never listened to me. I kept over and over. I said, I got bad thoughts. I got bad thoughts. Help me out. Take me to the doctor. You know? Because I don't know. I don't know where I was going. I'd go to work and I didn't even know I'm going to work. I kept calling mom. I kept calling dad. Kept calling everybody. I know, my whole family to help me. Nobody would help me. Nobody helped me at all. Just take me somewhere.
We're gonna get you some help, Chad. That's why we're here.
No,
That's why we're here.
I've asked and asked and asked. I can't do everything.
No, you can't.
Can't do it all. I can't do it all.
Do you make the money?
No.
So you're working hard every day. You're making the money to pay the bills. And you're just asking for some help and then you're not getting it.
Don't make me mad. I do it all. I just do it. I don't care. I ain't arguing. I don't care who does it. It just needs done. All finished. Let's go.
Is that why you were mad today?
It wasn't mad.
Because you couldn't get help?
Not mad. Not mad at all. Nothing. Wasn't drinking. No mad.
Here you go, sir.
What happened?
That's what I want to ask you. What happened today? I don't know. I wasn't there.
I don't know what happened today. What happened?
So this is Chad Dorman. This is his interview with police. Oh, hold on. Jerry has a question.
When you are sitting there as an attorney, you hear there's a question. When you get it, when your phone rings and you are on, what's it like as you wait? You've done all your work. There's nothing you can do. What is that gut wrenching hour, day, like 2 days, 3 days when you're just waiting?
Oh, it's painful because you're sitting there on pins and needles, and then you hear something from usually a bailiff.
Clancy, all parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Oh, I think that is Candy.
Okay, they are going to discuss it first at sidebar. So we may or may not hear the discussion on a crafted answer. At some point, the question will be put on the record, one would opine. And as a side note, you saw Lindsay grab something there on the desk. There's been a lot of speculation. What are those? Are those pills in front of her? No, they're mints. They're cinnamon Altoids, according to Kevin Reddington. So that's what she was grabbing as she now is, as everybody waits at sidebar. Susan Hendricks, sidebars are a big part of this case.
Yeah.
So we're used to it. And I'll cut you off, of course, as soon as we see the camera move. But it's always fascinating to see what that first question is, because it does, as the others said, give you a bit of insight.
Absolutely. And you mentioned, Ted, it's different with different jurisdictions, but in Indiana, in Delphi, they would go to a sidebar, the juries would discuss it, then Judge Gull would read that question. So you didn't know which juror was asking the question, but read it. And what I noticed was there were
Better
highly intelligent
kiddos wish
questions, very
he could have-
specific. I remember one about an unspent bullet,
They
very
could-
scientific. So it said to me, wow, they're paying attention. They're paying attention. And there were a lot of questions. And to me, it also says they're doing their job. Let's say they go through their notes because it's a long trial and you forget what you've heard. So it makes sense to think, okay, let's all go back in.
So
Let's
true,
ask the
Hunter,
judge instead
so
of just
true.
guessing if we don't know the answer.
Absolutely. And to that point, Allie, the question of can we see exhibit A, B, or C, that's telling on some level, but it also is the overarching message. We're working. We're making progress.
Yeah, absolutely. And questions like that tell you that they are still
I'm
going
gonna
through,
get
perhaps in chronological order,
sausage
the evidence as it
and
was
white
presented.
cheddar
If they're later on in their deliberations, sometimes they start asking questions about the law that the judge gave them during instructions. I'm not sure here if anybody knows the answer. Some judges will send the written jury instructions or charges back with the jury, and some expect the jury to sit there and listen to them verbally
Oh,
only.
cost
I'm
$1
not
million.
sure which is the case here, but to me, when we have factual questions or exhibit questions, that tells me we're still early on in the process. When they start asking questions that apply to the law as they were provided it, that tells me that they're getting closer to getting to that ultimate question. Very curious to see which of these two, or maybe it's something different, this is.
Question that may help our case.
Gut-wrenching. And a moment like this. Okay, it's breaking up. We understand it has something to do with medications, and Judge Sullivan has crafted a response from people
Anything else we have to address?
telling us, let's go back.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay, they shut us out. They didn't tell us what the question was. However, according to our team in the courtroom, they pulled out an evidence bag with some medication in it. Judge Sullivan then was seen crafting an answer, and both parties seemed to be in agreement in the estimation of our reporter in the courtroom. The Commonwealth seemed maybe a little bit happier, a little bit more of a pep in their step as they walked away from that sidebar.
All right, back to Chad Dorman. So, Teresa, can you explain a little bit what Chad did? So, he shot the boys in front of her, even chased one when he ran and brought him back and executed. So sad. Oh, okay, you explained it, Stormy. Never mind. So that's what Chad did to his 3 little boys. How is this $30? So we got a lemonade iced tea. We have half dozen donuts, sausage, egg, and white cheddar. Oh, yeah. Okay. Everything's expensive now. Jesus. Yeah. You know, yeah, it is. It's like $7, $11.86 for a half dozen donuts. Like, what? It's not even my food that I'm ordering. I get a drink out of the deal. But he had mental issues. I'm just saying, if Lindsay pled guilty, and go to trial, why not him? Right? Right. Gas has gone up 25 to 30%. Yeah, I know. I was like listening to something weird about 2% inflation they're trying to get it. I don't It was weird. Yeah, it does. This is true. All right, we ready to finish Chad's interview? Let's see what happens. I think he should have gotten a trial. Yeah, he should have gotten a trial. Wish they would figure it out already for sure. Yes, sir. I'm in a weird mood, guys.
You tell me.
I don't know.
Well, when you came home from work, did you go and get your Mossberg?
What?
When you came home from work today, did you go to your safe?
I got foil tape.
Say what?
Foil tape.
Yeah, earlier today you had to come home because you forgot tape. And then later today, did you get in your safe?
Do you keep the gun in your safe, Chaz? Can't get to it.
Yes.
So is that where it normally is? To keep your hands?
So he was evaluated.
That's safe.
Hold on. So he was evaluated by a court psychiatrist, and he's in a psychosis. So he has a severe mental illness, but they don't know which one. So he ended up snapping this day. But yeah, it does seem like he's on something, to be honest. So yeah. He does have the mannerisms of somebody that is on something. So you got a good point, Plunkers.
Well, is it a key or a combination?
Combination.
So it would help me and Mike if you would tell us what that combination is. Would you do that for me? What's your combination, Chad? Because my partner is there and he needs to check it.
52.
52?
96.
Say that again.
96.
96?
Yep.
52,
53.
96, 53. All right, I'm going to text that to him, okay?
Yep.
Is it a dial combination, Chad? She's got a dial, you turn?
Yes.
Is it unlocked now?
I don't know.
Is there anything in it right now? If there was guns in
Yes,
it,
my
how many
stash
guns
is
do
in
you
there.
own?
No, just kidding.
4, 5, 8, nice.
Are they all long guns or are any of them
Long
pistols?
guns. All long guns.
Okay.
No pistols.
Do you own any 22s?
22.
2.
222 rifles?
I
Do
keep
either of those 22s have like a wooden stock?
trial
All of
junkies.
those are wooden stocks.
Well, I have one that's black stock. It's all black. And it's more for defense. It's not for
Trial
hunting.
junkies.
It's not like a
Stormy,
nice,
can
it's
you-
not like a nice rifle. Yours.
Stormy, can you share Trial Junkies link, please, and thank you? I keep missing her streams.
They're all nice though, right? Like wooden, nice,
Yep.
collector style.
Yep.
Do you remember getting any of those rifles today? No?
No.
Did you have any need for them today? Is there any reason why you would have needed them today?
No.
And the reason I'm asking is because earlier you told Mike and I that you wanted to send Evan.
And Evan.
And so that's why I'm asking, did you need that rifle to do that? Well, I'm confused. I don't know how you would send her to heaven if you didn't use your rifle. How would you have done that? How did you get into heaven? What if you're old? Let's go to heaven. He's not in heaven. Chad. Heaven. How come only were sent to heaven? Why were none? Deserve to go to heaven?
In the Bible.
What's the Bible say about women going to heaven?
It's good.
Well, did they deserve to go to heaven because they didn't go? Why didn't they get to go?
Because I don't know.
Well, you got to help me understand it.
Why did I get to go?
You said that you wanted to go to hell.
I don't want to go to hell. I'm in hell.
Okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. But help me understand why you didn't go to heaven. Is it because it wouldn't help you?
Huh?
Well, how didn't get to go to heaven?
I don't know what happened.
Okay. I don't either. I'm only repeating what you told me. You told me to heaven, and I'm trying to figure out
I don't know.
why. I wasn't there. You got to help me, Chad.
I wasn't there.
You were there. You were definitely there, Chad.
I was there?
Yes. You were home.
I wasn't there.
Chad, you were there.
I was working.
You did work today, but you came home.
Huh? I didn't go home. There ain't no way I went home.
Tell me where you
What
are.
time is it?
It is now
What are we doing here?
7:10.
What are we doing here? It's 7:10 at night.
Yes. Chad, I want to know who shot. Yes.
What are you talking about?
And who shot these good looking? Who
Who sent him to heaven?
What are you talking about sending them to heaven?
Well, that's what you said.
What?
You told us you deserve to go to heaven.
Yeah, all kids should go to heaven.
I agree.
I agree too.
Yeah. Okay.
But deserve to go too.
We're all God's children.
So everybody deserves to go.
Yeah. You'll be saved.
So did you help today to get there?
What?
Peace.
Is that your house?
Yeah.
Do you remember chasing through your yard?
What?
Do you remember chasing away through the yard, through the field there?
No.
A neighbor told us that you were chasing through this field. That's why I printed that picture out. I wanted you to show me where you were chasing.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
A neighbor told us that you were chasing through the field and you had a rifle. Did you?
I'm here every. Holy shit.
Yeah. Holy shit. So what happened?
I don't know.
Have you ever had these thoughts before?
No. Never. I've been having crazy shit, like thinking like watching people's hands flick and the whole entire world just moving so fast, can't keep up.
Yeah.
It was just driving me insane. I keep telling everybody, like, I'm going nuts. And they're like, go get help. And I just, no, go get like anxiety medicine or whatever kind of medicine or whatever's wrong with you. I don't want to talk to you. I'm done talking to you.
I should have took you to the doctor today. Absolutely. Should have took you to the doctor and helped you. You were asking for help. Give it to you.
What?
Did you?
No.
Who did?
I don't remember.
Do you remember arguing?
I didn't argue today.
Well, how did you get shot?
A shot?
Yes. He trying to stop you from shooting? What are you looking for?
What?
What are you looking for?
Just look at it.
Chad, you'd mentioned to me and Mike that you believed your was poisoning you. Would you be willing to let us check to see who poisoned you today?
Oh, yeah. And I swear on this, I have not done any drugs in my life.
I believe you. And I'm concerned I was trying to poison you. So I'm asking you if you said yes, you let us check. The way that they check that.
You can pull out my hair or my blood, whatever you want to do.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Because that's important to find out if you were poisoned
you
today.
can go to my back spinal. I don't care.
What do you think? And I've read stories and seen stories over the years of poison with different things. What do you think would use to poison you? Because that would help the doctors check your blood. Do you think it's like a rat poison, or do you think it's something she was putting in your?
Do that.
Okay. I mean, I better than me, so if you tell me that, I believe you. But okay, I need to know how we're shot today. It's important.
I don't know.
How do you think they got shot today?
I don't know.
Okay, if you had to guess, what would you think happened to them today?
I don't know. Is it really 7 o'clock?
It is 7 o'clock at night.
Am I eating?
I can get you a snack. What do you
No,
like?
No, dinner. I was talking about dinner. Like,
I can get you something to eat right now.
no, I ain't hungry.
Okay. I don't know if maybe some M&Ms would help you feel better.
No, no, I ain't hungry.
How late did you work today?
2:30.
2:30. What time do you start? You must start pretty early, huh?
7.
What time do you go home to get the tape? Do you know? Is that around lunchtime?
I don't know.
Not sure. Did you have lunch today?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Hey, service.
Oh, did you pack it from home or eat it at home?
Yeah.
Got it. And then you went back to work?
Yep.
And then you got home about 2:30? And is that when you to the little clinic? You mentioned little clinic.
Yep.
And were you having headaches or what were you feeling like?
I don't know. Headaches.
And you mentioned that you were having these thoughts and you were stuck in the Bible, I think you said. What does that feel like?
I don't know. Just ain't there. You're just gone out of it.
You felt like you were out of it?
I don't know. No, I felt like I was just up living my life talking to you. Like, I was talking to you and I was just, your thoughts.
And so you have to take you to the doctor, to the little clinic. Where is that from your house? Is that pretty close?
Amelia?
How far is that? 10 minutes or not far? And you want to take it because you thought the people there might be able to help you with these thoughts? Is that the help you were looking for? Is to stop these thoughts? Did something hurt?
What?
Did something hurt? Did you like a headache or a stomach ache or?
My ankle hurts.
Your ankle? Got it.
Every now and then. Not hurt too bad. My shoulder always hurts.
Is that why you want to go to little clinic? Or to get rid of the thoughts?
The thoughts.
Thoughts. And you thought they might be able to help you? And were those thoughts, you said you felt like you were stuck in the Bible?
Yeah.
And did the Bible, did this story you were stuck in tell you to do something?
I printed that off. Like I said, I thought I knew you, so I was trying to figure out where I knew you from.
Where's that at? How did I get that picture? Is that my license?
Yes, sir.
Is it? So what do I look like? I'm 68 pounds. Huh.
Have you ever had
I'm
thoughts?
dead. I'm dead, ain't I?
You're
I'm
not.
in hell.
You're not dead, Chad. You're not in
I'm
hell.
in hell.
You're talking to me and Mike.
I'm just gonna do this until the fire comes up and I'll just be burning. Inside this room?
Do you ever have thoughts of hurting other people? Is that something that you were going to talk to the doctor about?
No.
Never?
I would never hurt anybody. No. Unless you hurt me, but I would never hurt anybody, like shoot anybody or anything like that. I'll get knuckles to knuckles with you all day.
Well, you've been in some fights with your brother, right? I fight with my brothers
Oh yeah, we got fist fights.
all the time, probably.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yep.
But you've never had any thoughts to hurt yourself?
Yeah.
What about other people?
No.
Even a fleeting thought, not something that you acted on, but just something that popped in your head and popped out?
No. I need a cigarette. Can I smoke a cigarette?
I have some cigarettes, but I can't give them to you just yet. We need to talk a little bit more before I give you a cigarette. All right?
I don't even smoke. Huh?
Well, it's up to you. If you want one, I'll give one to you here in a little bit, but not yet. We need to talk a little bit more. I need to find out what happened tonight. I need to know how you got to heaven.
I have no clue. I have no clue.
Okay. Well, how do you get to heaven? How do you know?
I don't know.
So maybe you're not in heaven.
I don't know. Is this your water? You ever drink this?
That's yours. You can have it. Did you fire your gun today?
Man, I need to step outside.
You getting hot?
I'm getting antsy.
Why?
I don't know. Just confined space.
Did you fire your gun today?
No.
No. Did you fire any fireworks today?
Fireworks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's getting around that time of year where people let off fireworks. You said no?
No fireworks.
Okay. What if I told you that you did fire your gun today? Would you believe me?
Maybe.
What if I said you fired your gun today? Would you be lying?
I don't know.
Lie?
Yes and no.
You lie about?
Uh,
Mine tells me that you fired a weapon today.
I don't know.
Is
Who's the
lying?
lawyer?
Who?
The lawyer?
I don't know. You tell me.
Right.
Is the lying says that you should? That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking. You lie to me. Said you should.
You just said.
Well, who did?
I'm having my breakfast now.
Who shot?
So he shot. No. Bullshit.
Who shot? Chad. Who shot?
I don't know.
You do know.
No, I don't. It wasn't me.
Well, then who did?
I don't know.
No, because he loves them.
Yes.
Who shot those?
I don't know.
What's a slip?
Why am I in here? Why am I out there?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
That's what I want to figure out.
So help me.
Okay, let's walk out here and go find and go find a motherfucker that shot.
But you told Mike and I that you are in heaven.
In heaven. Dead. But let's.
Yes, they are dead. Chad, who shot those?
I don't know.
You do know. You're not helping me.
I don't know.
Well, who get to heaven?
There.
I mean, somebody who get to heaven.
Well,
I never told
There's
you
a
were
part
dead.
you
You
did.
were dead. How did you know that?
You said somebody.
That doesn't mean you're dead.
So they're alive?
You told me
No,
dead.
they're alive.
Chad, you told me dead.
No, you said somebody.
I did say that.
Okay. Alive.
I have never said they were dead. You told me dead. How do you know that?
Because you told me they got shot.
After you told me they were in heaven.
They got shot.
Who shot? And don't give me,
Oh,
I don't know bullshit. You know. Tell me who shot him.
That wasn't Chad.
If it wasn't Chad, who was it? Because you know who it
I
was.
don't know. But it wasn't Chad.
Was it the bad version of Chad that you don't like?
I don't know.
The Chad that has problems with their thoughts? That Chad?
Holy shit.
Holy shit's right.
You take these off me. I will not hurt you guys whatsoever.
No.
I don't hurt nobody. No, I will never hurt anybody. I don't hurt anybody.
Well, then why are you in debt.
I have no clue.
Do you?
I very much. More than anything in the world.
Well, then why tell me if you?
I shot who?
What?
Why would you if you?
Definitely is crazy.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I think I'm gonna dye my hair purple again.
Okay.
Or pink. I don't know.
Who shot the?
What? Dude, I'm getting messed up in here. I gotta step outside. I need a cigarette or something.
You can't step outside. I will get you a cigarette at some point, but not right now. I'll get you food if you want food.
I can't even stay focused. I have no clue. There's no focusing in here.
Why don't we take a break? We'll go to the bathroom. If you wanted some food or a drink, we'll get you a drink. But we need to talk. All right?
Very good.
Really nice.
Yeah.
How about we start with the bathroom? You need to use
I
the
think
restroom?
psychosis.
No. So do you use bathroom?
We'll sit here. I'll work on a cigarette or a dip. Stay in here. All right?
Yeah.
And then we'll come and get you if I find one. I want you to think about this while I'm gone.
You just treated him like a kid. Think about this while I'm gone. You're grounded, Chad.
I didn't shoot. What?
I don't know, Clunkers.
That's fun.
Yeah. I could never. Well, it's just not lately. It's always been like this. You just see it more because of media. I think we're gonna have a verdict today, guys. By the way, Stormy, we don't hate you. We love you.
Okay, I'm trying to find my buddy Sean who dips to get you some dip. I found an ice cold Coke for you if that would cool you off a little bit. I'll keep working on the dip, all right? And or a cigarette. Or a cigarette. Well, I don't dip. So I got to find my buddy Sean dips, or he might use those patches. What do you normally dip?
Just whatever. Dip is fine.
Okay.
It don't matter.
What if it's just like the nicotine patches that you dip?
Okay, that's fine. I never did those, but that's good.
All right, hang tight for me, all right? And that Coke is ice cold for you.
I'd be calling a psych doctor. Never mind, and a lawyer.
What am I in here for? What the fuck did I do?
Right? I'm eating. Acting because he's going in and out like nothing. I don't know. I'm not a professional. So he's behind. Teresa, can you tell Sloopy she's behind? I would, I'm just eating.
No, just nothing.
Hold on. Oh, thank you. I was just typing it. Can you hear what I'm saying now? Oh, okay. Silly.
My God. Look, fuck. This is fake as fuck. Where's these cameras at? There's cameras. What am I in handcuffs for?
Sit down, Chad. Sit down. What do you need? Did you guys find those pouches? We're looking for Sean.
Okay.
He's on his way.
Okay. Let's see.
He carries that stuff with him. Hey, Sean, you mentioned that, right?
Sean?
No. You, right?
Yeah, he was confused because he said Sean.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh, yeah. That's why I
Like
told her.
two.
Oh, I see. Got it.
Yep.
Why is this like weird for me?
We talked a little bit earlier about the kind of ways you feel the two Chads. The Chad doesn't feel particularly good and needs some help. And then the other Chad that I guess goes to work every day and makes a living and comes home and cuts the grass and has a deer. Are those two different Chads? You know what I mean? So there's the Chad that goes to work every day, makes a living,
Okay.
brings home a paycheck, cuts the grass, has a beer at night, gets along pretty well, has a family, goes hunting, goes fishing. Sounds like a pretty happy Chad.
Yeah.
And then there's this other Chad that has these feelings. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel good. So that's a different Chad.
Yeah.
You know? And so how often does this other Chad that doesn't feel good, is that like every day? Is that getting worse? Is that why you asked for help?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you didn't get the help that you needed.
No.
So this other Chad that doesn't feel good, is he the one that wants to go to heaven? It's probably not the good Chad, the Chad that goes to work every day and drinks a beer and cuts the grass. It's probably a different Chad, right?
Yeah.
So could this other Chad have done that, which is why you don't remember it? You think that could happen?
What?
So it sounds like there's two different
So what?
Chads. Shot.
I'm having a real yummy
That wouldn't be the Chad that goes to work
lemonade
every
ice
day.
cream.
What's that?
Did I shoot?
Oh,
You did.
Yes, Chad.
no, that's right.
Not gonna lie to you. Yes. And what Mike is asking, was it the bad Chad that you don't like, or was it the happy Chad? Which Chad was it?
Oh,
You did, Chad.
No, there isn't.
no. No, I didn't. What the fuck for?
Well,
They don't deserve it.
well, you said you wanted him to have
What?
that, right?
No one is helping anyone laugh out loud. When I went to the ER a couple of weeks ago, I told the doctor I didn't want to.
Deserve to live the life they go to heaven.
I agree.
What?
I agree with you.
Yes.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Millions of hugs, Stormy. We love you.
Yeah, you guys are messing with me.
Chad wouldn't do that.
I would never mess with you about this, Chad. And I need you to be honest with us and tell us what happened.
Dude, I don't know. Like I want you to tell me I did it. I ain't telling you I didn't. You don't understand that.
We're trying to understand.
Dude, I'm not against you. All right? I'm not sitting here saying I didn't do it. I'm asking you to tell me if I did. That's why I'm sitting in this chair.
Well, Chad, I wasn't there and Mike wasn't there. We don't know what happened, but we can tell you it was. And said that you, and we want to know what happened.
I have no clue.
Okay.
Good.
I will. I also want to know from Chad.
Look, just she will tell you.
I'm gonna ask every one of your neighbors. I'm gonna ask.
That is okay.
But I also want to ask you what happened.
I have no clue.
Chad, it's important to understand the why so that you can get some help, because it's really important to
Help?
understand the why. You said you need some help.
Yeah.
But you got to get past the why.
I did need help. I feel normal now.
What did you feel?
But I can't believe I did that. I don't believe that shit at all.
Well, who do you think did it?
I don't know.
See, I think it was the other Chad. I think it was the unhappy Chad that didn't feel very good. He couldn't get.
Is that your gun? That's your gun, isn't it, Chad?
Yeah.
What's that shoot? What rounds are in that?
Borderland 22.
What is it?
Boiler toy too.
Okay. And do you normally keep it topped off, the magazine topped off?
It is a separate part.
In a separate part of your safe?
Yeah. Well.
Okay, so the gun.
22's in the safe, and then the clips out of the gun, and it's up in the top shelf of the.
Okay, so for this gun to look like this, you would have to get the empty gun out of your safe and get the loaded magazine and put the magazine into the rifle, correct?
Yes.
Do you normally keep it topped off, you said? Or do you have to load rounds into the magazine? In other words, is the magazine in your safe empty or loaded?
Loaded.
And how many rounds does it typically keep? Do you typically keep
10.
it? Do you always keep 10 rounds in it?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said before that does not have access to that safe?
Huh?
You told me in Mike that does not have access to the combination.
Yeah. Before.
Ever get in your safe?
Oh, see, I don't think so.
So I've told my wife my combination to my safe, but I guarantee you she's forgotten it. She has no idea what the combination is.
I think I wrote it down before when I was working on town, just in case.
But if you were out of town and you said you'd get something out of the safe for me,
No, you don't.
You'd be like,
Nobody would ever open the safe.
like, fuck.
Nobody ever opens the safe. Safe don't get open for anything.
Okay.
Ever. BB guns only. And BB guns stay in the safe. BB guns are in the safe. Treat those like real rifles, so you know how to treat a rifle.
Well, sure, you got to teach them early.
Yep. That way nothing bad happens.
So who got that gun out of your safe today?
It was not me.
It had to be you. There's nobody else that has
It was not me, dude.
Was it?
No. No. But it was not me.
Does your father have access to your safe?
No.
Your mother?
Nobody does. It was not me.
Okay, so follow me, Chad. You're telling me nobody has access to your safe but you. Yet I have a picture of your gun.
It was not me. It was not me.
How did we get a picture of your gun?
It was not me, dude. It was not me.
Is it possible that it was the Chad that has the thoughts? Is it possible that you did it but don't remember because it was a different version of you?
Was it that version that needed help that couldn't get help? That had those thoughts?
What?
You said there was another version of you that had those bad thoughts.
Bad thoughts?
That's what you.
All right, I'm going to go to part 2, but that he does seem like, I mean, that he could have a mental health issue. And, you know, I can see the side that people think that he could be faking or whatnot. So I see both sides. I had a sausage and white cheddar croissant. It was super yummy. and a lemonade iced tea I'm drinking right now. So yummy. Told you I was in a weird mood.
Let me ask you this. Who handles that rifle? Obviously you, right?
Yeah.
Who else?
That's it.
And you handled that rifle recently?
Yeah, maybe one time I made a trigger and that was it. Just in case.
Oh, that sounds yummy.
How long ago was that?
10 years ago.
Have any
I don't know why these are
ever
choppy.
handled that rifle? Recently?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so the only person
We
recently
shot
that
pumpkins in October.
so the only person recently that has handled that gun is you.
I ain't shot that gun in a while.
What's a while?
Like pumpkins.
So like Halloween.
Anytime I shoot
That
a gun,
sounds good.
go with
I
me.
gotta
So,
find
and,
some
and,
how
I
to
don't-
bring
and
that
honestly, that's the only time we shot that 22 was for the pumpkins. Usually just shoot guns. We only take those out and just treat them like real rifles.
So you're when you say about the
Ray clunkers.
other than the who else's DNA would be on that gun besides you?
I don't think so. Ain't anybody's. I've cleaned that gun before.
Okay. So you are the only one that has access to the safe to get the gun, and your DNA is going to be on that gun. Who do you think shot that gun?
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
It
My
wasn't
clone did it.
No. Definitely not. Wait, a shot? Dude.
If you are the only one
I
with
made
access to
cheesecake
the
with
gun,
white chocolate
and your
cream cheese.
DNA is the only DNA on the gun,
Hold on.
Sounds good.
Everything's like replanned. Everything's replanned.
Okay.
Like, am I in hell?
No.
This is hell.
No, Chad. We're having a conversation.
This is hell right here.
No. Follow me on this, Chad.
I'm in hell.
Chad, follow me.
Why would you be in hell?
Because it's the end of the world.
Why? I mean, what's
The end of the world as
What do
we
you
know
mean?
it.
why are you in hell? Why do you think you're in hell?
Right. What's going on?
All right, follow me, Chad.
Hold on, I want to take a break.
At home, I told you I have a safe in my house, and I have a rifle. If I told you that nobody else had access to that safe, and only my DNA was on that rifle, who do you think shot that rifle? Make yourself a detective.
You guys are making me
You are
want
a
a dessert now.
and you want to know who shot my rifle, and you know that I'm the only one that has access to it, and only my DNA.
Driver.
Who do you think shot my rifle?
No driver.
What's that mean, Chad? I'm a driver. What's that mean?
I don't know.
You said that earlier you told Mike and I that you were concerned that somebody was poisoning you, and we'd like to check that now if you're okay with it.
Yep.
Okay. The best way to check that is
Can you verify whether it's Fauci's?
Yep.
And you can hair follow, you can test me and everything.
Okay. First, we're going to try a urine test because that can check for some things. And then we might need to do a blood test later for other chemicals that might poison you. So let's do that, and then we'll get the dip. I think Sean's here. We're going to go out this way. This is Deputy Greer. If you would follow him and listen to what he tells you.
Thank you, Plunkers. I made a post a couple of weeks ago on how I felt about mental health and my experiences with people to say they care. Mental health matters. It's just a slogan.
I believe you. Yeah, I believe you.
You get hair follow test right now. It's been like 10 years.
Nice. Just wait for him to do the call. You go first. So you follow me. And then I'm going to follow you.
I don't know this person. $11.11, make a wish. So if they're talking about manslaughter, and PJ's a real one, she always good to talk to you about that kind of stuff. Aw, thank you, Plunkers. Where'd they go? You're supposed to bring the camera with them. We want to see what's happening. Did he get his? I wonder if he ever gets a cigarette. I don't know. Brian Enton just said jurors asked to see pills and knife. Oh. Oh, snap.
Do you spit?
That'll be all right.
I'll get you a coat.
Be good.
Yes. Awesome job, Teresa.
It's better.
I appreciate that, sir.
You're welcome.
Oh, they found him dead. Okay. Dip smell like a cigarette, so that's not gonna happen. Just saying. Ew. But so gross. True, it does. Oh, we gotta watch him spit now. Gross. Right? Oh man, I'm gonna look at something else. Chad, stop spitting.
Found Sean. Is it Chad? Hey, Chad. So, I kind of talked to Detective Ross here a little bit about what's going on. What is going on tonight? Listen, Chad, listen. I know.
I really don't know.
You do know.
I don't.
Listen to me. Okay, let me talk here for a second, okay? I've watched a little bit of you talking. And every time that we talk about you put your head down. Your face is beet red. Somebody who doesn't know what happened, your face wouldn't be beet red because you really wouldn't know. Your face is beet red because you're nervous.
No, I'm not nervous.
What happened? What happened this morning when you went to work?
I just, I went to work and then couldn't finish the dumper because I needed roll tape, extra roll tape, and I needed one more. Went home, ate, and then after that, I went back and put the tape back on there around the duct because Corey only gave me one roll of tape for the duck rack. And then after that, I went back home.
Were you feeling well? Were you sick or you home?
Yeah.
Well, you said you ate when you went home the first time, right? So you didn't go home for lunch?
I forced myself to eat.
Okay.
I would eat. Went to walk.
Did you take a nap?
No, tried to. Just laid there.
Yeah. How come you haven't slept for a few days?
I don't know.
What kind of stress are you under? I mean, is it stress or?
I don't know. I don't think it's stress. I don't know what it is.
Have you had trouble sleeping in the past?
Never.
Never. When did this start?
Yeah.
In cases
I
like
like-
this, that makes it hard to distinguish between the facts.
I don't know. A while ago.
That is
Okay.
so true.
You just started having trouble sleeping through the night? Just being
No,
up?
it ain't even sleeping. It's just like it's like I'm sleeping all the time.
What do you do like when
Yeah.
you can't sleep? Do you got a hobby that you do? Do you go out in the garage? Do you go outside? Do you do something
When I can't
to
sleep,
keep yourself
I
occupied?
think. And then when I think, I stay
Yeah,
up.
well, not just me occupied, but I'll play.
Or
bed.
talk to people.
So let's say through the night when everybody's asleep.
Oh, I just lay in bed.
You just lay there? Do you
Yeah.
watch TV?
Try to,
Yeah.
but I don't like. I can't.
And then what? The alarm goes off and you start the day again?
No, the alarm don't even go off. I turn it off before the alarm even goes off.
Then you take a shower, eat breakfast, and go, or what?
Sometimes take a shower.
Yeah. So then last night when you came home, were you still under the same stress? Last night? So today's Thursday, it'd be Wednesday night.
Oh, I didn't have this stress. I don't think I have stress. I don't know.
Did you just lay in bed that night?
Last night?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're
Yeah.
gonna
yeah.
check for the verdict. Is there a
Whatever,
verdict?
when all the
No.
to bed, do you good night?
Oh yeah, we pray.
Yeah.
Pray to God. Do everything.
Do you remember going to his room last night?
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Do you remember where you
Sometimes. Yeah. Usually out. Yeah. Usually out.
out with friends?
No, like out in the
Sleeping?
living room.
Okay. in bed and you and you said, remember, I'll always love you. That was kind of odd. Not that you say you, just the way you said it. You said you've been acting weird for a few days, just off. Didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, I've been asking everybody for help.
Asking people for help?
Yeah.
Do you have insurance, correct? Health insurance?
Yeah.
Why didn't you go get help? Why does somebody else have to do it for you? I mean, you're the provider of the house, right? You go to work, you do everything. If you needed help, why wouldn't you go to the doctor?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I have no clue. I was always told never to get a doctor.
Why?
I don't know.
You should always get the doctor sick.
I would.
Yeah.
Yep.
So then when you got home today, after you went back and put the tape on, or was it home?
Yeah.
What was said? You guys talk or anything?
No, I don't think so. Just kind of really turn away and yeah.
What'd you do? Go to bed or try and lay down or what?
I try to lay down, I think.
Yeah. So then they left probably, right? They left the house for a little bit.
They did.
Chad, you know everything that fucking happened. Listen to me.
Dude.
Listen, no. Listen. I've sat here and watched and every time or he shows you a picture, you flip it over. You know what happened
I didn't
tonight,
flip
right?
my picture. I didn't it's over.
What help me understand what set you off tonight to make you just do the things that you've done? Help me understand. I can't help you if I don't know what the problem is.
I don't know, dude. I have no clue.
But something has had to have happened to be building this up for days or whatever, how long you've been feeling like this and not sleeping.
Well,
something has triggered or something has set you off. Something traumatic has happened.
No, nothing's traumatic has happened.
So have you struggled with mental illness?
I don't know.
Your whole life, you don't know?
I don't know.
But you can tell me what you did this morning when you went to work, but you can't tell me anything that's happened prior in your life.
No. I can't.
You can, you just don't want to.
No, I can't.
I need you to help me understand why you did this today. Well, what has been going on causing you not to sleep, to make your think that you're acting off, to make everybody think that you're not acting the same? What has happened? I mean, how long have you been at your job?
Mm-hmm. Couple of years.
I mean, do you have any trouble at work?
Huh?
Your boss doesn't have any trouble? Do a good job?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah. Knock everything out, get it done. I'm able to leave early and get paid for 8 hours. I like it.
He takes care of you. That's,
Yep.
I mean, that's.
Yep. I can work 3 or 4 hours and work 6
Bunkers, I
hours,
stopped
or
in
8 hours.
MTG's
They'll pay me for
to
whatever.
see everybody's
It don't matter, 'cause
opinion
I always get everything
on
As long as you get your job done, he's
hold on,
good
I'll
with
pause
it.
it.
Yep.
To see everybody's opinion on Clancy, and they're like guilty, but we're waiting on the jury, and they're hoping that they don't do a not guilty. So yeah, just figured I'd tell you, clunkers. I don't know what happened.
Have you been hanging out with any friends here lately? Or you just go home? Hang out
No
with family
problem.
or what?
Yeah, just go home.
Hang out with family?
Yep.
when you come home, do you help take?
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Get pretty stressful because there's a lot.
No, not really. Just play the ball, toss the ball.
You wound up at times though, because neighbors say that out in the yard they could hear you yelling at them at times and arguing. Not just today. I mean, but that's a stress in every house. You come home from work and you're tired.
Normal.
Yeah.
Tell us about this neighbor dog that came over into your yard a couple weeks ago.
Oh. His name. Dog came over and he tried I threw inside the shed, and then some tatted up dude came running after him, trying to get him, and then threw me a bat out of the shed, and I just held it up so that way, and I hit the brick so that way I scared the dog, and then the dog kept running around the house and trying to get back into the shed, and the guy kept chasing him around, and then that was the first time. And the second time, the dog came over, was cutting the grass. I was playing and I was weed eating. And then,
if I go silent, it's because I'm big mad. Oh, my God.
yeah, they might have went. I don't know which one. And then I walked him back over to the door, because anytime I turned around, he would come after me. So I just kept walking at him, and I gave the same blue lawnmower, and then I walked the dog because he was face forward, so I was able to walk the dog, and he would keep backing up, just growling. But if I turned at all, he would come after me. So I walked him all the way back over to their house, and I knocked on the door as he was standing in front of me.
If I go silent,
And
I'm
then,
crying.
The girl opened the door, and then I said, "Dog." I had earbuds in. I said, "Dog," and then she said, and then I turned around. I started turning around, and then the dog, she came outside, and the dog ran around the house.
Oh,
And
yeah?
I walked to the edge of the driveway. I turned around at that point because he ran away. And then I walked to the edge of the driveway, and I turned around, and he was right there, about to eat me. And then the other dude grabbed him, and then I just walked on over. And next thing I know, there's Cody, who I went to school with. He came to the house. He's like, "Did you tell him you was going to get their dog?" I said, "No."
You're silly.
I wouldn't, I wouldn't get a dog. And I wouldn't got anything. I wouldn't got nothing. Nobody. And then he said, "Okay." And then that was the end of that.
Cody Curlis?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he went to Amelia too.
Oh, I think I have something.
Sean went to Amelia.
You went
There's
to Amelia?
an Epstein
So did
thing,
I.
Fungers.
So did
You want to check it out?
Yep. I graduated 92. I'm a lot older.
It happens
So
when
you
you get
know a
older.
lot of details about that story. How do you know so many details about that, but you can't tell me anything about what happened
TJ
today?
is Adam's
I don't know.
hearing September
don't know, dude.
14th.
Well, let me tell you, there is absolutely no doubt that you should.
I did. I'm telling you.
Hold on, Chad. Let him finish. Hold on.
Witnessed it, right? And trying to stop you from shooting. While you shoot, there is no doubt that you shot. What kind of man do you want to be, Chad? Do you want to be a monster?
They're scheduling a status
just-
hearing on
No.
September 14th.
I would never. No.
Or
I don't want to be that kind of man.
Or are you? Did you just have a breakdown?
A breakdown? No.
Which is it, Chad?
I don't want to be that kind of man.
Are you a monster,
I'm not a monster.
or are you Chad, who just had a breakdown and made some mistakes today, some bad mistakes? But we all make mistakes.
I'm not a monster.
So which one are you? Tell me.
I'm not a monster.
I don't think you are either. I think you had a mental breakdown today. But I also think you know what happened and you're scared to tell me.
I'm not scared. I'm not
Chad,
scared of anything. No,
I
I'm
haven't
not
lied
scared.
to you. Don't lie to me.
I'm not.
I've been nothing but kind to you.
I know, and I respect you, sir.
But there's no doubt in our mind that you should. But we want to know why. What happened?
I don't know.
And I need you to be honest with me and tell me.
I don't know why. I don't know what happened. I don't know anything.
It wasn't just that saw it. The firemen and the medics saw it also.
So if you,
I don't even see me doing that. I can't even tell you that I did that.
Let's put that aside because you did. All right. Now, the question is, what kind of man are you? Are you the kind of man that made a mistake and had a mental breakdown? And if that's you, then we need to talk about it.
I don't think I had a mental breakdown, dude.
Then you did it on purpose. Then you shot on purpose.
I'm not a monster.
If you didn't have a mental breakdown, then you're a monster. You had.
Even if I had a mental breakdown,
Oh, I
I
know.
You stood over.
What?
Do you want to know something about the name changes, like Lake America, supposedly, and Gulf of America? So, only America is going to call it that. It's not going to be official internationally at all whatsoever. I think they're supposed to keep some unredacted stuff and redact what goes out there for underage people or whatnot. But yeah, so that's what I think happens if they were underage at the time. Because I know with my DCYF report for me when I was younger, they redacted my brother's stuff for me and they redacted my stuff for him. So I think it's just underage. So with the lakes in the Gulf of America thing, the only countries that are going to call it that is America. No one else is going to change it internationally because it's only America changing it. I believe they're called redaction logs or something. I don't know. Yeah, I believe so too, fuckers. So, and I think once he's out of office, I think people are going to take away those names and stuff like that. I think that's probably going to be the first executive orders because we shouldn't change names of anything. Everything has a history. Everything should stay the history.
The firemen saw that. The medics. I just want to understand what was going on. What happened?
Dude, I don't know. It was not me.
It was you. It was you. You shot these. You're a monster.
I'm not a monster.
Bullshit.
I'm not a monster.
What? I thought that I believed that you weren't, but you won't talk to me about it. You say you can't remember. That's bullshit. You remember something.
Dude, I didn't do it.
You got to remember getting the gun out of the safe.
I didn't get the gun out of the safe.
You're the only one with access to the safe. How the fuck are you not the one that got the gun out of the safe?
I did.
You said your own words, your DNA is the only DNA on that gun, other than these three. You're scared.
We're not here to talk about if you did it. We're here to talk about why.
I don't know.
We know you did it, but we have witnesses, independent witnesses.
I don't know.
But
I don't know why.
I want to understand.
I don't. I really don't. I want to understand too. I want to understand too.
But something has happened that led up to this.
Nothing. I had no clue, dude.
Bad cop.
So earlier in your interview,
Don't know.
You said that you had been having some bad thoughts and that you wanted help. What were those bad thoughts?
I was in hell. I'm in hell and everything's just.
And you said heaven.
Didn't he say the boys were in heaven or him?
What were the thoughts that were going through your mind when you were asking everybody for help and they wouldn't help you? What was going on? What were you thinking about?
I don't know.
But that's something you said. I didn't make that up. You said that. You said you were asking everybody for help.
Yeah.
You've been having bad thoughts, and somebody had to help you, but nobody would. What kind of thoughts were those? Were you thinking about harming people at that point? Maybe not. Maybe just other people.
No other people. Not at all.
Then what kind of thoughts were you having? Were you thinking about harming yourself?
No.
Then what else? What else could there be that you would need help?
I was in hell. We was in hell. We were all in hell. We're all in hell.
Then what did you need help with?
Because I was scared. Because we're all in hell. We are all in hell right now.
Why wouldn't you try?
Because there's only one way. We're always innocent.
And what's that one way?
What the fuck?
What is the one way?
You know, Chad. It's okay. It's just we're talking, man.
No.
To heaven.
I did.
Was it to?
Yeah.
From what?
Everything. We're in hell, dude. This is the fiery gates of fucking hell. And Jesus is coming. You don't know who's going to get stuck and who's not.
And you were afraid that it was coming to an end. You wanted to make sure.
Right now.
Ask you not to.
What?
He kind of sounds like Glory Daybell in a sense, you know, like the world's bad, we're in hell, versus she was always like the end of times and stuff like that. So it kind of sounds similar to Laurie Daybell. If you think about it, Chad's talking. Even though like he's not saying like God talks to me all the time and comes and visits me and all kinds of crap like she still says, but like, yeah. So I'm not crazy, plunkers. I don't know what you're talking about. Just kidding.
They beg you not. Want you to.
I don't know.
Ask you to.
I don't know. No. I don't know.
Ask you to send to heaven.
No.
From you.
No.
And run. Yeah.
It just lined up.
Lined up. And who did you shoot first?
I messed up. In order to go to heaven.
Everyone except PJ.
That'd be 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just because I have medication.
Yeah, I would never shoot myself. Because if you shoot yourself, you go to hell.
When did you shoot? What order? First?
I don't know.
Second?
I don't know.
With the youngest and
I don't know.
This last year or
youngest.
whatever, I've been insanely
You said you
paranoid.
lined them up.
Yeah, I think
Where'd you line them up at?
everybody
Or where did
has
they line up?
paranoia this
I
year.
don't know.
Even like kids. My kids have a lot of it.
Well, see, now we're back to the I don't know bullshit. We were having a good conversation, and now we're back to the I don't know crap.
Yeah.
Chad,
I don't know.
you just told us you lined up and you had an order, and it has to be in a certain order. So what's that order?
I don't know.
That order is, I don't know.
So
I told my doctor it is so crazy.
you hadn't figured out the order or whatever you did.
Because
Then what happened?
it's supposed to be.
I told my therapist that is it crazy to think about there's been a lot of fucked up stuff happen in our world, and just because things seem normal now doesn't it mean it can't change?
7. This was 13. It's not 13.
Yeah, true.
No, 13.
I
Okay,
get
how
you.
old?
3.
Okay. 4. 3. So is your
Yes.
so you first.
Yes.
Then who? Why? Yes, he is. Then who? All right, why?
I don't know. I don't know.
Be the next one, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Because when in the Bible it says something about and you got to give up and then sacrifice when God the thing it says you do this and then heaven and everything else and he tests you and you have to do it. You can't deny it. You have to do it. You can't stop.
And you did.
For God. Now I'm in hell. And he's going to come down and it's going to be a mess. And I feel so bad because I don't think I didn't get it. I should have been.
I've been like that a lot of my
Sorry.
life. Hi, Paula. Good to see you.
Where would you fall into that? Which is why you let her run.
Yes. I know.
Who is the youngest?
Right, Stormy. I watched that a couple times.
Down?
Yes. I don't know.
Paula.
Oh,
I want to go get her thing. Paula.
ran.
When did you come up with this plan?
I didn't come up with it.
When did it
Paula.
come upon you that this is what you were going to do? Probably last night because you were
No,
telling.
not last night.
Well, then why were you acting differently?
Yeah,
towards
it's kind of late there.
I mean,
Would that be
No, no, it wasn't last night.
knows you well. Last night something was going to happen.
Would it have been in the past? Is this why you can't sleep? Because you knew you had to do it?
Yeah, and I was sick to my stomach. Sick to my stomach for forever.
See, Chad, now I believe that. Now we're talking. Now we're having a conversation.
You're letting us understand what you were thinking.
Yeah, I
And
did.
God
I
knew
watched
Bible,
that.
And I trusted God.
Where's that Bible now?
And I didn't read the Bible. Well, I never read the Bible. I got told the story.
I love it. Yeah, I
We
can't
were raised
wait.
in church, and then
What church?
What church I went to.
How long ago was it?
2 years. But I think my dad also told me the story.
Did you take any notes anywhere?
No.
Have you wrote any of this down anywhere?
No.
Oh my God, I almost said something.
Just keep it inside of you, thinking about it.
I almost said something to Conquerors.
Yeah.
I believe you.
I believe that you were torn.
Did you ever?
There's out of order signs all over the fucking place. People are walking like zombies.
But yeah, I was hooked on that for
It's
a
gonna be a
while.
nightmare down here. It's gonna be a mess. And I'm not gonna have my family anywhere near harm.
Did you ever tell her that this was going to happen?
I don't know.
Or tell her that about your feelings about it?
No, I don't think so. Because you should never put that on. Never. First job.
He's making me want to cry.
That's a heavy burden, Chad.
I hate when people cry.
It's a heavy burden.
And I tried and I didn't succeed.
Do you remember trying to stop you from shooting your?
Yeah. That's why you got first.
Tell me about what happened. How
I messed up.
Say.
You didn't stop. You didn't really, didn't really put up that much of a fight.
Trying to get the gun away from you?
No, not really. Not really. That wasn't, that would.
It wasn't intended for her.
What, huh?
It wasn't intended.
I don't know.
Okay.
Might have been.
How come you didn't sit down in the yard and you were standing on the porch?
So I thought I did it in the wrong order.
I just want the verdict. I want it over with. The suspense killing me.
What is the order that you did?
I don't know. But somebody's got to get it right. Somebody has to get it right, dude.
When you say you didn't do it in the right order, you mean first you
Or at
shot.
least I think I want the right.
You say you did it in the wrong order. You should have shot first. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I keep looking.
Do you know why you didn't?
I don't know. I couldn't live.
Is that why you didn't do it?
I couldn't. I'm just trying to go by the scripture.
Do you know what scripture?
No. No, I don't.
Yeah, I know.
I was told it.
By?
I just listened.
By your father?
Yes.
So can he tell me what scripture?
I don't know.
When did he tell you the scripture?
When I was probably little. I remember being little when he told me.
Okay. So for sure when you were little, not
when you were little.
Yeah, I did for sure when I was little.
Why do you think your dad didn't try it?
I don't know. He told me, he said, I'm leaving it up to you, or I'm leaving you up to get me to heaven. That's what he told me. Yeah, and I did not hit me at all, and I didn't know, and I didn't think about it at all until recently.
Is there something that happened that triggered that in your mind to make you think about it?
I don't know. We went to church a while ago.
What church?
The one over there about in Amelia. And we went over there in Mentalsville. We went over there, and then
Was it a Catholic church or was
no, not Catholic, Christian.
it Christian?
And then I started remembering all things about the Bible and Jesus and God, listen to everything. That's I didn't start thinking about it then, you know.
Yeah, I'm curious too,
But
Teresa. I wonder why they did.
that might have triggered it, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what happened because I didn't want to keep going to church because I couldn't live with myself. So I don't want to run church. I don't even about the damn Bible. Just get them in there in the beginning of it and be done. So we went there for a while and I couldn't go. Because I knew what I had to do.
When was that?
What?
How long ago was that when you knew that you had to do it?
When I was a little boy.
No,
But
little
when you were
boy.
in church, you said you knew what you had to do. How long ago was that?
What?
You said you were in church and you couldn't go anymore because you knew what you had to do. How
Well,
long ago was that?
So I just started taking church because she was kept getting like, she's like, well, be around, you know, be around people because we were.
Yeah.
Well, so we wanted to get around people and all that, so that she went to church. And then and she brought, and I told her, I was like, well, church, great church, and be around people in church, and that's good, you know. And, yeah.
Was that last week?
No,
Was that last month?
no, it was a while ago.
A year?
Maybe. Not a year. I don't think a year.
6 months?
It was more than 6 months ago.
So sometime in 2022,
Yeah.
you knew that you had to do this.
22, no, not really. I didn't know I had to do it. I knew I had, you were supposed to give up your phone immediately. That's what I was told as when I was little. And then I forgot all about it, every bit of it. And then you did it later. Well,
Did you?
and then if you have more, then you got to do it in order. You can't just have two. Like you got, if you just have one, it's easy. It's supposed to be easy. If you have more than one, it's harder because the love, you got to beat it.
And when you went to church, you remembered all those things.
Yeah.
And do you think that that was sometime in late 2022?
I don't know, something like that.
Or was it this year in 2023?
It wasn't. I don't think it was 2023. Was this but the day 2023?
Earlier when we talked, you said something about pumpkins. Was it around that time?
That was October.
Mm-hmm.
I think they was going to church in October. Yep, we went to church in October.
Okay. Jay, can I ask you, you remember these scriptures and you remember somebody, your dad telling you the scriptures.
Mhm.
At some point, did you ever think about talking to a pastor about it?
Honestly,
Just to get clarification? Or?
I didn't think anything was wrong
Maybe
about
to see if the reason there were no prints.
it, because it's come from a dad.
And maybe
That's right. He said in the Bible, this, and he told me.
Yeah.
So
Anything Dad says is, I'm
Travis.
the same way. It's gold.
Yep.
No question.
Yep.
I understand that. I mean, if my dad tells me something, I believe what he says.
Exactly. 100%.
Sorry. I appreciate you telling us and explaining this to us. I have an understanding of why you were thinking like this now. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I mean, you explaining this to us and these thoughts. That's something that I needed to hear to know what you were thinking and to know what you were struggling with, and you know, this is heavy on you, and it's something that you couldn't sleep because you knew that day was coming and it was building.
Yes, we do appreciate all
That's why
that
you couldn't work today. You knew it had to be done, and you came home.
True.
Yeah. Right. I think, I don't know.
Do you think we need to take a break? Are we good?
I hope he has the jurors deliberate over the weekend.
You want cold water?
Cold about it.
Good point.
Are in heaven.
They're in heaven. I know they are. I know for a fact they are.
I agree.
Best thing, I mean, I could never give them anything else.
I don't know about that. You could love like no one could have. You could put them the right way.
That is the right way. He taught me that from young.
Mod 4 will be starting at 12:45, so I'm gonna. Oh, geez. The defense for is Jody going live? I hope she's not mad at me.
Anything else you want to talk about? You want to explain anything else about it?
No.
Since you're being honest with us now, the rifle, did you get it out of the safe?
Yes.
And did you separately grab the?
I don't remember that.
But you said that you don't normally keep the rifle and the magazine together, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I don't, so I had to.
All right. So you got the rifle out of the safe. And that's the rifle you used?
Yes.
Do you remember what room it lined up in?
Yeah. They didn't line up. Well, they sat on the bed.
Was that in your room?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that where the safe's at too?
Yeah.
Is that where
I let
things?
my dad down.
And then did it that continue to the outside area?
What?
Did it then continue outside? It started in the bedroom, but did it not continue outside? Who ran through the field? And did you have to?
Yeah.
And then did you go back into your yard?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And then what did you do?
Him to run. He wasn't going to run.
Oh, who? So what did you do back into your yard?
Okay with it at the beginning. Okay with it in the beginning. And then
And you brought him back into your yard, and then what happened?
I sat down. And what happened?
Where?
What?
Where did
I don't know. It's hard.
I'm sure.
You're in heaven. Hell is here. Hell is coming. There's out of order signs everywhere. There's everything. All the signs are there. I'm trying to look past it. Every time I look up, I see it all. So I look down because I know the signs. And then I look up and I see every bit of the signs. And I know what I had to do. Because I was told that from a little boy. You're going to have to do this. This is on you.
Well, I appreciate you being honest with me. I was honest with you, and you were honest with me.
Great to see you too, Paula.
Do you still think you've been poisoned?
No. Loves me very much. He loves me. And everything.
Be tight, all right?
Six hours and 18 minutes of deliberations.
Hey, Chad, just walk out here with me.
He's gonna, you said earlier that you wanted to do the test. When we did the urine test, he's also gonna offer a blood test, and that'd be great if you could do that for us.
That's fine.
Appreciate it.
Blood test.
So if you just go with him, thank you.
Sorry to bother you at home. Do we,
I think they are, to be honest.
6/15/2023 at 9 p.m.
Okay. So what do you guys think? Crazy? I think a bit crazy, a bit, I don't know. I would probably have to do a little bit more research to have like good idea. Little bit. Yeah, a little bit crazy. Hold on, what's this?
The medical defect, mental health wise. Here, Attorney Reddington.
Okay. I thought they were. And then he finally admits it. So I don't know. Well, right. Lindsay admitted guilt as well. So yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, I was doing something real quick. It's my best friend's birthday. I sent her something. My bad. I got to put this on because I'm going to switch over to the laundry.
And every time that she's up to petition to keep her in, I think others do as well. So, you know, there's ways that you can keep the system in check, but I don't know that the jurors actually know all of this, but they're definitely talking about it.
One of the drumbeats for this scenario is the victim family members. There is no victim family member that's come out against Lindsay Clancy. It muddies the water a little bit on a potential release if, and it's a huge if, she's found not guilty or not responsible.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is unusual that there isn't some source, even if it's tertiary to the actual people involved, that take the position of victim, whether it's in-laws or whatnot, which we have not seen in this case. I still think, just following up on what was said, that there is, and we've seen a real monumental shift, I think, in people's opinion of this as a defense with respect to this particular case. But I think going into it, there was still that bias that, look, either it's a sham defense, or if there is something to it, the concern is, I've got 3 dead children here, and she's going to be out on the streets in a year or 2.
Right, which actually might be true. Cody, it's very rare, cases we cover, that there isn't a group of people behind the prosecution in the courtroom every day, the grieving parents, the sisters, the brothers, that is a huge component because the jurors are seeing them day in and day out. They know that the pain caused by the person at that defense table is real. Here, it's sort of the opposite. Nobody was behind the prosecution. The courtroom was packed behind Lindsay Clancy, and relatives, all of them that testified, supported her.
That's the thing, Ted. To your point that you were just making, it muddies the water a little bit because I throughout this entire case, as I've covered over the last 5 weeks, I've been trying to put myself in the jury psychology, looking at both sides, how they could analyze this, how they could analyze that. And I just keep coming back to Patrick Clancy, the man who was in the house every day, the father of these kids, the man that came home and found these kids strangled to death and his wife jumped out of a second-story window paralyzed in the yard. He is testifying, it pretty much in favor of her. This is the woman that killed your kids, and you're still not really. He had every opportunity to point the finger and be like, get her, and he did not. Okay, you had Lindsay's mother and her sisters and co-workers, which there's a potential there for people to look at that as of course this is her mom and her sister and everything. They're gonna be in favor of her just off the natural progression of things. They want to be in support. But then you have Patrick Clancy's mother, Sue Clancy, who was also testifying on Lindsay's behalf in support of her. So like when you come back to this handful of people, and as you were pointing out, Ted, no one really going against her saying, get this woman, she murdered these kids, blah, 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 outside of the prosecutors themselves, I think that's really going to be something that the jury is wrestling with here.
Mm-hmm. And Krista, impressing your mother-in-law is a very difficult thing, let alone after you've killed her 3 grandkids. The idea that Sue Clancy got up there and supported Lindsay sort of blew back on the Commonwealth, you could argue, because in the opening, Prosecutor Buckingham was attacking her, saying that person over there, she may look harmless. She was a conniving individual who was controlling and manipulative, with some grit. Her attitude was, biting. Now, fast forward to the close, night and day. Sprague knew better to do that because, frankly, the Commonwealth didn't deliver on that characterization of Lindsay Clancy. How does that play for the jury?
They didn't deliver at all on that. And I think that is the reason for the shift, which I think can be problematic for the prosecution. They promised this jury one thing and they didn't get it. And that may feed right into reasonable doubt, right? But what you also have with to your point about her mother-in-law, her mother-in-law was testifying that she was almost desperate to find help, desperate to get better. She was talking to her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law was giving her advice. She was also a nurse. And then the prosecution came in on an attack mode in cross-examination with this woman. And it was just uncomfortable to watch because she is a victim here. Her grandchildren were killed. And you could see the incredible pain that she had when talking about that at the beginning of her direct. And then for the prosecution to attack a victim on the stand, I just have never seen anything like that before in terms of trying to win a case maybe at all costs, but there was a way to cross-examine her. This was not the way.
Yeah. Oh, that was the mortal sin question from Prosecutor Buckingham, which of course erupted in that sidebar, which Judge Sullivan called for him, and he was visibly upset after that. Was that the biggest misstep of the trial from either side?
No.
Which was what was
The biggest misstep was stepping into the pulpit, not really knowing your case. I mean, now that might be somewhat of an overcharge, but their beginning stance was 360 to their closing stance. The use of the attempted suicide did a complete 360 on that. So I think those were the biggest missteps. And again, I think I said on an earlier day, you know, what a prosecution has to do is know its case frontwards, backwards, and be confident enough into it to say, we had a bad day today. Bad days are going to happen in trials that go on for 4 and 5 weeks. We got through some rough stuff. We had some rough stuff to get through, but stay the plan.
What was the plan?
She could not. No, in this situation, she could not stay the plan.
Yeah, because it was a miscalculation, or why did they not see the groundswell of support when they knew the interviews with the family members had a certain tenor to them, including Patrick?
I think the assumption there was that these are individuals who are so close to every element of this crime, grandkids first and foremost, children first and foremost, that to some degree, and knowing the defendant too, as the defense, and I think one of the hardest things the defense has is to show that she went from great mom to murderer back to great mom. That's not the person they knew. And there's a part of it, I think, when you're that close, psychologically, it's far easier to accept as a break from reality than it is that this person who lived with my son for 14 years and had these 3 children is a knowing murderer.
Yeah, and there might be some also natural guilt within that circle because she did reach out for help, and likely others had the same attitude that frankly she had, that we can get through this. This is to be strong. Lindsay's got this. She's always been strong. This happens. There's probably a seed of like, oh, I should have blank.
Yeah, there's been nobody here shy to jump on the medical providers. And I think that's something that one question may show that the jury has seized upon, because I think it was one of the more cogently previously not developed parts of the Commonwealth's case. And that is that she went to a bunch of physicians, but she didn't necessarily take their advice because she wanted to go for a run or because she wanted to be at a birthday party. I think that's really where they're dicing it, and maybe why they wanted to see those prescriptions here. Yeah. You know, in the Monday morning quarterback category, I think if I was a prosecutor, I would have wanted to get a pharmacologist on this. So instead of having the jury think there was just tons and tons of pills and they were getting tossed down the throat and it made her kill her 3 kids, have a pharmacologist say, this is what she was on from point A to point B. These are the effects of it. She went off it. She was cleared of that when she went on another. So they don't have the impression that she was on 15 different medications at one time that could have all these adverse reactions.
Right. And it turned out the defense had the expert in terms of pharmacology. Right. Let's get a break. 6 hours, 33 minutes and counting. The jury hard at work in the building behind us here in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Our rolling coverage continues right after this. Coming soon to Court TV.
wife, and a darn good mother.
That's Kevin Reddington in his close talking about Lindsay Clancy and her character before she started that downward tumble, spin, out of control, starting months before she ended up killing her 3 children on January 24th, 2023. Another part of Kevin Reddington's closing argument that raised some eyebrows and definitely caught the attention of everybody in the courtroom was when he started pulling out quarters from his pocket and laying them down on the rail, equating it to basically a pool hall challenge to the Commonwealth. Take a listen.
We're just going to assassinate this young lady in every which way we can. Remember that evidence? I was concerned. She was drinking 5 drinks a day. She was worried about, you heard the evidence. The evidence up to 2019. What are they talking about? She wasn't drinking while she had her kids. She wasn't drinking while she's breastfeeding. She would have a couple of beers with her friends. That's bad. Put that over in the bad pile. Right here. We spent all that time showing through Dr. Lapasada's testimony that this was a legitimate, dreadful, horrific suicide attempt. You think about this beautiful young girl throwing herself out a window. That's a quad. I don't know if you ever played pool. I challenge you to tell this jury why we spent a week showing that she committed, as your witness.
Counsel, address the jury.
Said, their witnesses, serious suicide attempt. Remember that? Tried to kill herself. So now they're back off on that, and they'll agree. Serious suicide attempt. Watch the evidence. Watch the manipulation. Remember the argument with the bands. She took the bands out of the bag, put gloves on, talks to Dr. Lapasada on the Zoom, slams the bands down out of the paper bag, does the movement of the bands and yells at Lapasada and says, "Rat." They were just rat. They weren't knotted because you gotta get Lindsay tightening the band, right? You gotta hold it. You gotta hold it for a minute. You gotta hold it for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That's why she needed the bands not knotted. And then she said, it's like this. And they sprang open. Remember that? Dr. Lapasada said, yeah, I saw what you did. And she walked away like if the glove won't fit moment. Quarter number 2. And it shows the manipulation. This government, this prosecution is a mess. They would take their evidence and argue to you that she did not tie a knot and walk away because, as Dr. Lapasada said, you're talking about 4 or 5 seconds when somebody passes out. No, they got to have it 4 minutes. And that's not what the evidence shows, is it? And you've also got manipulation of Paul Zeisel told Lindsay what to say. Say that you're hearing voices. Think about how ugly that is. Because you know, beyond a reasonable doubt, even though we don't have any proof, we have no burden. You heard from Sheila. Remember Sheila? The woman that's the reverend or whatever. She's the chaplain at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. She didn't know Lindsay from anybody that night when she came in all broken up. And she told you that she continued. She was there when Lindsay came out of, was extubated. She was there when Lindsay was going through her treatments. She was there for 8 days before Paul Zeisel even knew Lindsay existed.
Rick Grundy, Krista Ramey, Cody Thomas with us as we wait for any word out of this deliberation room. 6 hours, 43 minutes and counting. Krista Ramey, the quarter shtick from Reddington in the close caught people's attention. Not quite sure, if it translated with I'm challenging you in a billiard, match, but your overall thoughts on it and the fact that he left him there and Sprague grabbed him.
The leaving them there was the bad part. You take them with you, right? I think gimmicks can sometimes land and sometimes they don't. I think that this was actually kind of classic Reddington. It's kind of what we all have grown to love about him, is that he is unapologetically who he is. He is a little gruff and rough around the edges, and I can see that he is challenging them to answer these questions. Many of us do this where we, maybe write a question on a whiteboard or tell a question to the jury. I have some questions, for the other side. And I would like, maybe let's see if they answer them when they have their opportunity to come up here, because I will not have another shot at that. And so that's, how I do something like that, but that is all he was basically doing. He was challenging them to answer for what they did. And I think that can be very effective, because the dramatic, throwing down of the quarters it's waking the jury up, and the jury is paying attention. And what is he saying here? And why is this so important? And so I think that it's good. I think you should take the quarters.
Yeah. Cody, the quarter thing, we've been in courtrooms before, and defense attorneys do, well, both sides do things, but usually it's the defense attorney that kind of goes over the top. What was your take on the quarters from Reddington?
Well, the thing about it, Ted, people love a demonstrative aid, especially after 5 weeks of being inundated with all sorts of emotional testimony, psychiatric testimony, medical testimony that these regular old people on this jury might not understand when they're using all these big words and naming all these 13 different medications about what Lindsay Clancy was on. But once you have Kevin Reddington up there slamming down some quarters, like to Krista's point, you wake up. Wait, what's going on? What's going on right now? What's he doing? What are these quarters? What's happening? So, I think it could have been effective in the sense of getting the jury's attention. To your point, Ted, I don't know if it was as effective enough as to, translate into the challenging of the billiard game. That wasn't my immediate thought. And then I was like, oh, yeah, that is what people do when you go to a pool hall and do things like that. But the fact of, just waking people up to the seriousness of what he felt his closing argument was conveying, I think it was effective in that regard. And I'm monitoring the chat here, Ted. A lot of people have their mixed reviews on the effectiveness of the quarters. One chat here said he laid the quarters down for every lie that the prosecution told. So people feel strongly about what happened here. I think it was effective again in the fact of gathering attention.
Sorry about that.
He's likely done it before in a case over the years. Your thoughts, Rick?
I think those same quarters he's had for about 30 years now.
But why wouldn't he pick them up? Because Sprague, good on her. She took advantage of it, took one by one, put them into her pocket after she made a point.
But it's a lingering memory. I tried a case once where we had this one photograph that showed this blood on the defendant's cuffs of his jacket, which was pivotal based on the facts. And every chance I got, and is this a picture of the defendant? And we had it on the screen there, and and I just leave it there and go on with my examination. Defense attorney would look up and say, could we take that picture down? So maybe he left it there so as she's doing her closing, they can still think back to that.
Yeah.
But I think we all have little things like that. You grab the jury's attention because he had the 3 points that he wanted to make sure they got those. You do something like that, you got to make sure that it hits. But on the defense side, it's also a way to physically demonstrate to them what they're going to hear. It's your burden to prove this. Mm-hmm. So that's the argument within that demonstration.
All right. 6 hours, 48 minutes and counting. We're not going anywhere. Hopefully you do not either. We're back with more of our continuing coverage, rolling coverage It's Verdict Watch in the case against Lindsay Clancy from Plymouth, Massachusetts. Back after this. Which we had earlier today, but otherwise the jury of 9 women and 3 men hard at work in the deliberation room. Gives us time to go back and think about the evidence, the crucial evidence that came, and also those closing arguments, which both sides leaned into at the end of this case. The last word that the jurors got, the journal evidence was used by both Kevin Reddington and Attorney Sprague in the closing, starting with Reddington, but she picked up the journal herself and had an answer for it. Let's remind everybody what they said.
You look at her journals that she took, you'll see as you go along and the dates that she's recording in these journals, she's talking about the drugs that she was prescribed. And look at the first page. Look at how detailed dates, how she felt, 10 milligrams Prozac, and it goes on like that, goes on through November into December. December 9th, 10th, 11th. Horrible intrusive thoughts. Horrible thoughts in the AM. Horrible thoughts. Horrible thoughts. No motivation. And then finally, horrible thoughts, no motivation, deeply depressed. Then that's around the time she went to Women and Infants Hospital, right? Looking for help. Look at this. As she runs into January, there's nothing other than little chicken scratches because her mind was gone. In January, as she's on these drugs and she's suffering from what you've heard is postpartum depression that can lead to postpartum psychosis, and you have these men coming in here that don't even know psychosis from schizophrenia as experts, telling you that if a woman doesn't have these symptoms, like it's a disease, symptoms of postpartum depression within 4 weeks, that's it. Lights out. You're not a person that can be considered.
And if you look at their journal, you look at this journal that defense counsel showed you, she's very detailed, excuse me, about when she took medication, what she took, the amounts she took, what the effect was for months, starting in October and going all the way up to January. And where it stops, January 18th. Someone who's been so meticulous about everything all the way up to January 18th, and it just stops. It's as if she's decided she's done trying. She's decided that it's too much and she doesn't want to do it anymore. And so she just stops keeping track.
Krista Ramey, Rick Grundy, Cody Thomas, all with us here. The journal, back and forth. Krista, when Reddington said, I was like, oh, yeah, that's good. And then Sprague gets up and, to me, both seem plausible and nobody really knows the answer. Your thoughts?
You know, I feel that way about a lot of the evidence in this case, because I too thought the same thing. And, you know, I thought that Reddington did a great job in his closing all the way. And then, you know, I'm hearing a very different approach to the closing from the prosecution that laid out this timeline that was really fantastic. I loved how Reddington used the journal to show the psychosis. So I thought it was, I think it was a little bit more effective. But the problem that the prosecution has is when you have two plausible theories, two things that make sense, two things that are, you know, completely understandable, and I can believe both of them, and I understand both of them, that is at the core reasonable doubt. And so when you talk about how, you know, all of this evidence shows this, but it also shows that, that is reasonable doubt. And, you know, that's why I wouldn't discount that as one of the possibilities here. And, you know, this is true with the experts as well. I think that both sides had very stellar experts. They both looked at the evidence and got to different conclusions. Both seem reasonable. If they're both reasonable, that is a reasonable doubt.
They did. And in some jurisdictions, including California, the jury instruction is very clear. If there are two reasonable explanations for the same thing, you must go with the defense in that scenario. Rick, what did you think of the journal? Move the needle either way?
So I think at that point in time, I think the jury had enough of a grasp. They had a pre-charge before they heard the evidence. They heard all the evidence, and then they had a subsequent charge with respect to the mental health issues. And now they're hearing closings. And I think at that point in time, whether consciously or subconsciously, they're leaning one direction or the other. So it's gathering bricks and which way you're leaning. And as we both said, they're getting split. There's evidence on both sides of these. But as we just heard, the important thing is for what the Commonwealth believes a win is, needs 12. And traditionally thought of as a defense win is a hung jury, and you need one.
Yeah. And in this case, Cody Thomas, a lot of people think that is where we're going, a hung jury.
Yeah. I mean, I'm monitoring the chat, as you know, Ted, here. And first of all, I echo the same sentiments from Rick and Krista here, as far as, when you have two plausible explanations. And Krista knows, we've talked about it for weeks, how I feel like almost every piece of evidence in this case can be looked at plausibly on either side. I mean, you look at it, like you said, Ted, you're listening to the closing about the journal. It's like, oh, yeah, this makes sense. And then prosecution gets up there and it's like, oh, that makes a lot of sense, too. But to Krista and Rick's point, I mean, when it's like that, that is reasonable doubt. We know the legal standard here is beyond a reasonable doubt on behalf of the prosecution. And as Rick was just saying, I mean, their win is all 12 versus the defense's win would be 1. But as I'm monitoring the chat here, Ted, I'm looking at one of the polls we have up now. It's been up for 44 minutes, about 25,000 votes. 75% of those votes, people think the prompt is, what will your verdict be? People are saying not criminally responsible. But to the point of, what we were talking about, Ted, both sides, plausible things, that just shows how split this thing could be. And so if we're thinking about that, if people across the country on this chat are thinking about that, imagine what that jury's thinking back there. So I feel like a hung jury could be it could be highly likely here. I'm not saying either way, but I could for sure see that happening.
Yeah, just past the 7-hour mark in deliberations. Let's get another commercial break. We'll continue our rolling coverage of Verdict Watch in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. Back after this.
When you consider the journals, I don't know, you ever watched the movie there, The Shining, with Jack Nicholson? Remember the scene when he's sitting there in a state of complete psychosis, and he's writing a book, and he's typing, and the wife finds the book and opens it up and looks at it and says, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Repeated after repeated after repeated. And he says, do you like it? You look at the records of her Googling drugs. You look at how many times, how many hours of the night in the afternoon she's looking this stuff up, in between taking care of the family, in between all of the stuff that was going on with visiting doctors, seeing doctors, going to Rhode Island, being told, no, we can't help you, calling a suicide hotline, we can't help you, calling another suicide hotline, we can't help you. My God, what does she have to do? She was reaching out for help, and she was not getting it.
Kevin Reddington comparing his client to Jack Nicholson in The Shining during her downward spiral in closing argument. 7 hours and 5 minutes. Our continuing coverage of Deliberations continues here on Court TV and the two YouTube channels, Court TV YouTube and the Law and Crime YouTube channel as well, the Trials channel. With us, Rick Grundy, Krista Ramey, Cody Thomas. What did you think of The Shining? If you've seen the movie, if Jack Nicholson's a raving lunatic, we don't want our client to come across that way, but we do right in that minute. In those 18 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the jury, and I'm a little on the age side with Kevin Reddington, so I hope everybody knew what he was talking about. He explained it enough, I guess, for those who weren't. But again, get away from it, what they've been hearing. Don't just repeat what they've heard in the evidence. Bring a little life to it, a little dramatic reading by Kevin. Can't hurt.
Yeah. Krista, your thoughts on the all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy? Because that was quite the moment in that movie, if you saw the movie.
Well, and I think that The Shining is prolific enough where I think most people would have gotten it. And I don't know. I think that, and in fact, I think I recall hearing that the reporting on this from maybe Sarah Gillespie that the jurors are not necessarily younger in this case. So maybe they got it. And, I think when you come up with these analogies as a lawyer, you do try to find something that will fit, but you also want the jury to understand. So hopefully it landed, because it did with me. I actually did understand it, and in that moment, because that was certainly, a very good analogy, to demonstrate the psychosis and how it was, manifesting and could be visualized if you were just looking out for it. So I did like the analogy myself.
Yeah. Yeah, it was bubbling, and he was out there writing just like she was out there Googling. We could figure out if it landed, because there are a couple jurors that are in their late 20s, early 30s. So, Cody, you ever seen The Shining? He's going to be our test here.
I knew y'all were going to ask me. Don't age me out of this conversation just because I'm a little 30-year-old TV boy, but I've seen it, and I think that was a better comparison than him saying, here's Lindsay. That would not have probably connected as well as he would have wanted it to connect here. But I think, as Krista was saying, I think it's prolific enough to where enough people would understand what he was saying. I think I love a pop culture reference. People that watch me on my hours on here on the network know I make one every now and then. So I think it was a rightful comparison, and people in the chat are responding, saying, here's Lindsay, here's Johnny situation. Again, that poll still 75%, about 30,000 votes now of her not being criminally responsible. But another topic, Ted, I want to bring up here as I'm watching the chat here. People are bringing up the idea of Lindsay's personal responsibility. I know we touched on that earlier this hour of her, not being as truthful as she should be with her psychiatrist, things like that. So, that's a topic of discussion here now.
Yep, need a break. We're going to get you back. We're going to continue our coverage right after this. Stay with us.
Hip-hop's most infamous murder. 30 years later, finally in court.
Hack me in there, send it to prison. This is wrong. There's lots of corroborating evidence in those case files.
The Tupac Shakur murder trial on Court TV.
Homeowners, are you really covered?
You have your home fire insurance,
flood insurance, accident insurance. But how about your plumbing, your electrical, your appliances?
Choice Home Warranty can help.
Welcome back to Court TV Live and the Court TV YouTube channel and the Law and Crime Trials channel. We are simulcasting our coverage of the deliberation process in the case against Lindsay Clancy. We're outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. The jury inside the deliberation room has been at it for 7 hours, 13 minutes, and counting. Just about now, 1 o'clock is normally in Massachusetts when the court staff and everybody takes lunch. We're not sure if the jury will deliberate over lunch, whether they will take an actual lunch. We're trying to get that information, but they're definitely getting lunch brought in. We know that. There's only been one question so far. It happened this morning after about 45 minutes of deliberations. The question was something to the fact, we don't know the verbiage, but Kevin Reddington shared with us basically the contents. They wanted to see the knife, which was recovered from Lindsay and Patrick Clancy's bedroom, the bloody knife. And they wanted to see the pill bottles, which were referenced in closing arguments by both Kevin Reddington and by Attorney Sprague. And the question is why? We don't know, because we don't know the answer that was provided. And frankly, we don't know if those pills were sent back to the jury room. Clearly, the knife would never be sent back unless it was just displayed by a bailiff and brought back out. Rick Ruddy's with us. Alexis Rosenberg's joining our conversation, and Cody Thomas is here as well as we wait patiently for any word out of this jury. Alexis, thanks for joining us. Good to see you. What's your overall determination here, your thoughts in terms of 7 hours, 15 minutes? It's a 4.5, 5-week trial. You would expect them to be out this long or much longer even?
Definitely, Ted. I mean, they have a lot of evidence to go through, as well as this is a complicated issue. This isn't, we've got to take in the not guilty by reason of insanity. With the knife, I know that a lot of people have kind of chimed in, but I do think that they probably want to see it for, the sharpness. We're looking at it. It looks like what I would define as a butcher's knife, but I am not known for my cooking. So, I mean, I could see where they may want to be able to visually see that, because we had all that testimony, even though the prosecution was trying to say, no, we're not trying to say that she didn't really mean to attempt suicide. But that's why I would think they might want to see that knife.
Rick, I mean, a knife is a knife, and to Lex's point, it looks pretty much like a knife that we all are pretty aware of. Why would they want to see that?
So the only thing in the back of my mind that I thought of was that the prosecution made a notice of the knife and slashing at the screen, and Kevin addressed that as well. So if something about that reference to it, and Kevin seemed to mention it along the lines of just like, they're using that to say that she was dishonest about whether she slashed the screen or not. I thought it was a throwaway, to be honest with you, but that's the only common connection I thought there was between the pills and the knife, that they were both mentioned with respect to her veracity.
Of the suicide, which correct, of course would be sort of, you wouldn't think that the jury would be exploring that, just given the fact that the Commonwealth pulled back from it. They threw their expert and then in their clothes.
Unless they haven't forgiven the Commonwealth for coming out and saying this was not a suicide.
Yeah, and someone's trying to make a point. Maybe. Cody Thomas is watching along with us and monitoring the reaction on both YouTube channels in the chats and the polls. Cody, I know we had a poll released just a fairly short time ago, and it keeps growing.
Continues to grow. It's been up for an hour now, over 31,000 votes, going on 32,000. The prompt is, what would your verdict be? 75% of those votes, almost 32,000 votes, are still not criminally responsible. Guilty first-degree murder, 15%. Guilty second-degree murder is the least amount, 4%. And then guilty of manslaughter is 7%. So again, Ted, overwhelmingly, the sentiment here is that Lindsay Clancy will be not criminally responsible if it was, up to the court of public opinion here. As far as, I'm thinking about this whole knife situation, it's also kind of, I didn't notice it. I've seen this picture many a time before that when we played it on the network, but that cup next to it that says "because kids," that's a little bit eerie given what we know now about how this horrendous tragedy played out. And I just want to, reiterate some of Rick's point there. Maybe they're trying to make a point if they haven't forgiven the prosecution about backtracking on the staged suicide thing, which I thought was a big credibility flaw in the prosecution's case. How you come out and kind of double down for a few days on this staged suicide, and then once that hearing gets called mid-trial, you kind of double back and say, well, we're not saying it's fully staged. We're only saying we think the methods in which she chose to carry it out were insufficient. And I remember sitting there thinking, insufficient on whose terms? Insufficient on what scale are we looking at as far as sufficient ways to unalive people? But maybe like Rick was saying, maybe it's to make a point here. I don't know why they'd want to see the knife, but again, the vast majority of people on these polls think Lindsay Clancy will be not criminally responsible here.
Alexis, jury does have that option of manslaughter, and people on the polls picked that very low as a possibility, but it could be that middle ground for a person that does not want to let her go at all, but might say, all right, I'll acquiesce and go to manslaughter if you guys do too. It's a verdict you would never get to, though, just by in the eyes of the law. It just if she was criminally responsible and killed her 3 children, I mean, by the time you got to the third one, we've passed manslaughter. Your thoughts?
I agree. I think.
Sorry, guys, my landlord showed up and he was talking to me about something. So I had to go talk to him. Sorry. We're leaving you guys. But I am here. And it is hot outside. So I'm here. Thank you, Clockers.
I agree. I think that's a throwaway, like you mentioned. I think that it's either going to be that they're going to find her either first or second, probably second if they're going to go that way, or as the polls are showing, it's going to be not guilty by reason of insanity. And I think it's going to be a hard sell to get somebody that necessarily on a jury thinks that they're like taking a strong position for first degree to agree to manslaughter. Not an impossibility, but I think that's a stretch, as well as I think someone who's taking a strong stance of not guilty by reason of insanity, you're going to even get them to switch over to manslaughter. So even though they're not supposed to take into consideration the sentencing aspect of it, I think just general knowledge of people know that there's a difference between if she's found not guilty by reason of insanity, that she's most likely going to go into a mental institution or facility, opposed to being in jail for a very long time. And we have to remember, in Massachusetts, if she's convicted of first-degree murder, it's mandatory life without the possibility of parole. They don't have the death penalty there.
Rick Grundy, your thoughts on having the manslaughter up there? Why is it there?
Well, it's there because Attorney Reddington asked for it, which was smart. You want a cascading level of culpability there for your client. But I tend to agree with everybody else that these people, if they are following the trial the way we know they did, they've dug in to a pretty strong position, and they're unlikely. Somebody who thinks that this woman murdered 3 children is not going to be happy with a manslaughter, and somebody who thinks who had no control over herself, no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act, is likely not going to want to go there either.
So you think hung juries is absolutely on the table, and is it probability in your estimation?
This is always such a hard, when people get locked into positions. I don't see a person who's really locked into the lack of criminal responsibility moving. If the people who are just like, lack of criminal responsibility is a sham defense, I still believe that, and there's not 6, 7, 8 or people like that, if it's 1 or 2 people like that, maybe they give in after a while. Strange things happen as time passes by in a jury room, and they don't know. I mean, they know probably enough to know that there are such things as hung juries, but they're not told, well, keep going another day and then you'll be free. They're sitting there and told, keep going.
By design, yeah. They're not told, hey, if you guys have trouble, don't worry about it.
Right.
We'll just hang the jury. Right. No, it's the opposite. Alexis, when you are in this position, you've worked so hard on a case, you've done everything you can, and now you sit and wait. What is that like?
Well, as the attorney, I mean, it's stressful. You want to do the best for your client and get the best result. And the prosecution, obviously, you've spent so much time. You've lived this case. You've put all your energy. This was a long case, and I think what a lot of people are also missing, as long as the jury was sitting there was so much work that was put in from an attorney perspective into this case. I think, like, for instance,
I don't know. I don't only do banning in like Connor's chat because Connor has some bullies from his PlayStation stuff that come in. And, Connor, I don't know if you know Connor, but yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of mods either, ironically. That's kind of funny. No, I'm just kidding. Because you mod for a couple, well, you don't mod per se, for a couple people. But yeah, some people, I guess, want to say power mod, but I'm not a fan of banning. I'll share links. Links is my thing. But no, I mod for you and Scotty, technically, right? Yeah, that's weird for you to get banned. Like, what? That's really strange. I never seen you do anything. Sorry, you got censored, Prapa. You're never even plunking out or anything like me. So yeah, that is odd, right? Very strange. And I say things that I probably should get timed out for. I have my voice. That woman on X, I'm sure. Which woman? Which woman? Emmy? Polly's not a mod anymore. Only one I can think is Emmy. More coffees. Get your coffee. Yeah, that's the only one I can think of. Because Emmy's a mod. BLS is a mod. But BLS went to sleep before I did. Barry, the Dookie. The Dookie isn't a mod and Chris is. I was a mod. I don't know why I got unmodded. Yeah, only girls at me.
To some higher conversations, whatever it is resonating with people across this country, they just feel that it's something they should show out for. I mean, you had people showing up, bringing their children to meet Kevin Reddington earlier this week, taking pictures with him and leaving little, sweet nothings on his car and things like that. It's just now he's pretty much like, the face of women's rights moving forward in this country now, even though he's simply a defense attorney trying to do his job. But to your point, though, Ted, you don't have that conjoining with the prosecution here. They're pointing the finger. Thank you so much. This is justice for my family. This is justice for whatever it may be. That's just not here. And maybe it's because we're walking that fine dichotomous line of mental health with this one, and people don't want to discredit the reality of that. But it's a different one, Ted, for sure.
Yeah, and it's captured the country's attention, that is for sure. Let's get a break. 7 hours, almost 30 minutes. The jury has been out. Again, we're keeping the verdict clock rolling because we've reached out to the court to see if are they breaking, are they going to deliberate over? We just don't know. So we'll just keep it rolling and assume that they're working over lunch. And if we do get information later, we'll make that adjustment and let you know. But it's looking like 7.5 hours at this point. The 9 women and 3 men continue to work in the deliberation room. Our coverage rolls on right after this.
Personally, I think it should be half and half with men and women. Welcome back. Like it shouldn't be 9 women and just 3 men. I think it should be 6 women, 6 men. You know what I mean? Yep, that's what I think. True, Bravo. I don't think I cause drama. I just say my opinion. Sometimes, only sometimes. Right? Like someone we know? Who could that be? I say my opinion laugh out loud. I'm not even gonna lie. Right? Yeah. What? I never said. Whoa. But smart people in my chat. Smart people. What was I gonna say? There was something I was gonna say to you guys.
Welcome back to Court TV
welcome
Live
back.
and our
Court
continuing
TV.
coverage of the deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy trial. Lindsay Clancy, a labor and delivery nurse, admits that she killed her 3 children. And when news of this case started to spread, people were shocked, couldn't understand why would this mother do such an extreme thing. How could a mother kill her own children?
Right.
Lindsay Clancy is not the first person to kill her own children. Filicide is what
Right.
it is referred to. And she's not the first mother to kill her children. Andrea Yates in the state of Texas received a lot of publicity when she killed her 5 children, drowned them one by one in a bathtub. She was found guilty the first time around, but was granted a new trial and was found not guilty by reason of insanity. Philip Resnick, the same expert that testified on behalf of Lindsay Clancy, testified in the Yates case as well. And interestingly enough, Lindsay Clancy heard about Andrea Yates before she killed her children, years before she killed her children when she was a young nurse. For whatever reason, the subject came up, and one of her colleagues said, "Oh, this is what happened to Andrea Yates." And Lindsay Clancy, at the time, according to the colleague who took the stand in the case against Lindsay Clancy, said this is what Lindsay reacted to and how she reacted.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift, and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs, and she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old, and Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting, and she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night, and maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat, and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay. And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
All right, Como?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Miss Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you are aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with leave on Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Brayton?
So your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, Were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, how could a mother hurt her children?
Thank you.
So Bennington was able to get the Yates story out of that witness on redirect. The Commonwealth then brought Andrea Yates up again and did it in a way to say, well, Andrea Yates was different than Lindsay Clancy. Take a listen.
There are a few reasons why the voice doesn't make sense. The first is she immediately obeyed it. Dr. Resnick, their expert, the one who knows everything about postpartum psychosis, he teaches other psychiatrists and psychologists. He writes books and chapters and articles about how this is a huge red flag if someone immediately obeys a voice. You heard him talk about Andrea Yates, about how she heard voices to kill her children for months. And what did she do? She committed herself 5 times. She tried to kill herself twice to avoid harming her children. Witness said that was all accurate.
Let's move on from that.
Alexis Rosenberg, Rick Grundy, Cody Thomas with us. The Andrea Yates subject, it's amazing how much it came up because, of course, Resnick was the expert that the defense contracted. He worked on the Yates case, and then, of course, we just heard those 2 other times that it came up. First of all, the Reddington didn't get it out of the witness on direct. He waited till redirect. He called that a bear trap.
Yeah, I have no doubt, knowing Attorney Reddington, and certainly fair game and smart play, that was a plan to come back and whatever she got, which was really nothing out of that witness, was going to shut the door with that. And I think it was a ooh moment for everybody. But in addition to that, he was putting a welcoming mat out there for his expert witness. So, that was you want.
Hold on. I have some changes of opinion. I don't really get along anywhere in the community that much anymore. I also go to MTGs because we always been cool, but yeah. Oh, sorry. I tried to hang out in Danny and Chris's, and it's just a pain, to be honest. That's where all the drama is, and in my opinion. And I got a big mouth, and I always get in it. Oh, my limp.
Saying, oh, the defense expert knows everything. And to me, that's basically saying, yeah, to just disregard our, experts, because he really is the person you should rely on. And yeah, there's going to be differences. Not everybody is exactly the same, but there are similarities.
I'm paying attention and going through paperwork, and I'm like, hold on, what do you say?
Yeah, and you're right. That's a good point. Even the prosecution experts had to admit that Philip Resnick really is the OG in this scenario. He's been around it and dealt with postpartum psychosis and testified not only in the Yates case, but has written a number of articles, etc. Cody, thoughts on Yates getting into this one, another very high-profile case years ago?
I think that was inevitable that it would come up. Of course, not the exact same cases, but the way I like to describe it, it's like the same trunk of a tree, just different branches, but the same foundation is there. And to Rick's point, I think when Reddington was bringing Andrew Yates up on the redirect. I think that was the red carpet, the welcoming mat before Philip Resnick gave his testimony. Like, let's talk all about this. Let's put this in your mind. And now, boom, the expert that testified in this big high-profile one back in 2006, he's also the one that's going to be here, and he has all these different credentials and all the merit and all the knowledge specifically toward filicide, which of course that's the whole crux of what's going on here. So it was inevitable for it to come up, and I think rightfully so.
I think
It's also
Resnick.
interesting that even during the prosecution's closing, that the judge kind of like cut the prosecutor off from getting deep into it. I thought that was a little bit strange because, I mean, you're allocated an amount of time to have your closing argument, but he told her to move on. But neither here nor there. But I thought, this was going to come up for sure in this trial.
Rhett, why did Judge Sullivan cut her off? Should he have?
I think he probably should have. I think she was going to get too close to the
comment,
nerve when talking about the facts of a separate case that this jury is not there to decide. And he probably had the same concerns with Kevin when Attorney Reddington started in on it, but he did it in 1, 2, 3, done. I'll sit down. I don't want to go to sidebar. I've done what I wanted to do. This is super inside ball. If anybody on the jury knew this, I'd be shocked. But you heard two of the Commonwealth's experts questioned about working for Park Dietz Associates. Mm-hmm. Park Dietz was the wherewithal for mental health defense caring on behalf of the Commonwealth back when this happened. Park Dietz testified for the state in the Texas case of Andrea Yates. The case was overturned because of Park Dietz's testimony, some of it being found to be false. So Attorney Reddington obviously knew all that, and I think he maybe just kept mentioning Park Dietz in case there was that one trial guru on the jury.
Absolutely, yeah. He did everything he could to continue to say Park Dietz this, Park Dietz that. Let's get a break. 7:45 and counting. The jury has been out deliberating the case against Lindsay Clancy.
God.
9 women and 3 men, all in a room trying to figure out what
Should
to
be
do
6
with the
women and
36-year-old
6
former
men.
labor and delivery nurse who killed her 3 children. Stay with us.
Come on, people. We want a verdict. We want a verdict. I can't do this anymore. Just kidding. Okay. That job is done now. Oops. I need to put those papers with these papers. So glad I don't have an office somewhere because it would be so messy. Just use my bedroom. Flippy flippy. Okay. Let's go there for now. Hi. Come on. Let's get a verdict for today, people. Slackers. They do have a lot of evidence to go through. Yeah, I get it. I have insomnia. But I've been sleeping good lately. Which is great. Love it. So it's been 7 hours. Hold on. Hold on. Dang it. I went to an ad. Almost 8 hours for a verdict. Almost 8 hours. Ooh, my laptop's hot. Ooh, sounds like a nap time. Just kidding. I don't know. I'm not that old yet. Trying to see.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Verdict Watch in the case against Lindsay Clancy. We're in Plymouth, Massachusetts, outside the courthouse, inside the courtroom. There's no action, but our camera's there in case Judge Sullivan takes the bench if there's another question, or, of course, if there's a verdict. The jury of 9 women, 3 men have been at it, nearing 8 hours. Again, we're not sure if they took a actual lunch break or if it was a working lunch. We know lunch was provided. So we've just let the verdict clock roll until we find out differently. We'll assume that they worked over lunch and we'll adjust if we find out differently. So maybe it's less than 750, but that's where we're at. One of the targets for the defense in this case and strategies was to put others on trial, other entities, other people on trial other than Lindsay Clancy. And one of those others was Dr. Jennifer Tufts. She was a physician that interacted with Lindsay Clancy, but she never met her in person. She only met her over Zoom, and she prescribed Lindsay different medications throughout this process. Here's Kevin Reddington in his clothes with one last dig at Dr. Tufts.
This woman lived for her kids until she had the pleasure running into Dr. Tufts of her 2 months experience. And after she ran into Dr. Tufts, it was not a wonderful life anymore. And what did Dr. Tufts do? And everybody laughs at me. I said the television. Okay, I know it's a telemedical thing on your telephone or on a Zoom. Take more pills. You have the medical records. You heard the testimony. You know her concerns. You know her fears. Does this seem like a young lady that didn't care and wanted to score more drugs off somebody? That's another repulsive allegation.
Dr. Jennifer Tufts was thrown on the hot seat. Her experience wasn't, well, let's face it, she didn't have much experience when she first encountered Lindsay Clancy. As a reminder, here she is on the stand talking about prescribing Lindsay after seeing her via Zoom for the first time.
She felt awful. She couldn't sleep, had insomnia, which became worse when she increased the dose. She didn't want to eat. She was having diarrhea. Food felt really unappealing. She was more depressed on it, crying all day yesterday, which is not normal for her. She had some mental fog and was terrified to start something new.
Did she also tell you about her anxiety level?
Anxiety was really bad even before med. Now hard to differentiate. Overnight racing thoughts, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts, something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone.
That must have given you concern that you had a pretty sick patient on your hands at that point, right?
I was concerned, yes.
Rick Grundy, Alexis Rosenberg, Cody Tufts still with us. Jennifer Tufts. I felt bad for her. Actually, she's someone with not a lot of experience. She just finished her residency and had a few months under her belt when she encountered Lindsay Clancy. And she was put in a difficult position on that witness stand in such a high-profile trial. But she's part of the equation here. Your take on how she fits into the defense argument and ultimately how the jury may factor her, Lindsay's, care, and specifically with Tufts.
So yeah, I definitely was sympathetic towards her. She's a cog in the line that leads to, arguably by the defense, the ultimate homicide of these three children. I'm sure she was hit hard by that. I think to the effect that there was a shortfall of medical care here. It's an indictment of our current medical system and how it's handled, that a person in this situation didn't have someone immediately to say, I'm going to get so-and-so involved in this because this is of a higher grade than I should be dealing with on my own. But in addition to that, I think we did get a little leveling out of this by the close of the trial and by the closing arguments, that there was some shopping being done by the defendant with respect to the medical advice, and arguably based on what Dr. Tufts was told, what she prescribed was appropriate.
And the experts that were brought by the Commonwealth testified to that. Alexis, Tufts, your thoughts? Did she move the ball for the defense? Because that's what they were hoping.
So Ted, I am like chomping at the bit. I don't feel sorry for this woman one bit. I have represented and represent doctors on a regular basis, and I can tell you that she should have been able to testify in a very clear and concise manner about the treatment that she provided this patient. And her records definitively, there's an obligation that those records reflect that treatment clearly. And I also think that the licensing board for the state really needs to take a look at her practice of medicine. And you were right, Rick is right. Maybe it wasn't just her. It could have been, maybe she should have gotten more support. But the bottom line is she is a doctor, even though she was off her residence a hot minute, but she is still a doctor, and there are duties and responsibilities and obligations that attach to that, under that. And she can't throw it off onto someone else. She has that obligation for that treatment that attaches to that. Now, what's interesting is, don't forget, there's a civil case that it's been filed related to the treatment that was received by Lindsay Clancy. And many of these doctors that had to get up on the stand as well are part of that lawsuit. And in fact, all of that testimony that was given, because it was under oath, can be used against them to, show that they were negligent in the medical, treatment that they provided to Lindsay in that civil case. And I am sure it will be used, because the attorney that's handling that case was in the courtroom for that testimony. And what's interesting about her is that she, and I'm sure Rick can talk, about this as well, that she is known for taking down corrupt situations. She is not our typical medical malpractice attorney. But yeah, I don't feel sorry for her at all.
Cody, those civil cases, boy, you could feel it in not only Tufts, but the other ones that are named in those suits. And there's two of them, one from Patrick and one from actually Lindsay. This was guarded as it gets for a medical professional on the stand. It was a lot of waiting and pausing, and it just felt stagnant, and you have to think it was because of those civil suits brewing, and who's ever representing her and her practice was in her ear before she got on that stand. But it's an underlying factor, is it not?
Absolutely. I mean, she's probably, dancing around some answers that she otherwise would have answered in the way she felt she would. But with those civil suits looming over, she probably, maybe I shouldn't say this, maybe I should say it like that, and kind of, word it this way. But I mean, as far as her as a witness here, I mean, I understand both sentiments here. Her inexperience put under a microscope, obviously, with how she was, fresh off residency and now on this, high profile trial. But to Alexis's point, you're still a medical professional. It's like, I compare it to Ted, like almost as if you just graduated from the fire academy and now there's a big fire downtown New York City. You can't be sitting there like, oh, I just get out of the fire academy, I don't know how to do this. The people are going to look at you like you're a licensed firefighter. You got to go fight this fire now. So I see where Alexis is coming from with that. Like, you should have been able to testify in a clear, concise, digestible way about your treatment plan here. But at the end of the day, Ted, I mean, all of that may be true, but Dr. Tufts, I mean, in this particular criminal trial, she's not the one on trial. And I feel as though, when she was brought back up in the closing argument from Kevin Reddington, I understand where he was going with that. I just wondered, the shifting this focus towards Tufts and her treatment history, is that really, explaining how Lindsay reached this point, or was this more of a distraction for the jury from the actual legal question they have to answer here, which is about Lindsay Clancy's criminal responsibility on that day, January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, well, it was a reminder of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, which, of course, the defense wants the jurors to have in their mind as they head to that deliberation room. 8 hours they've now been at it. Let's get a break. We'll get you back. Well, we're not getting you back to the courtroom unless there's some action, but if we can look at the seal, we'll do that. While we take a break, we'll come back and look at the seal. Stay with us.
Yeah, she refused treatment. She didn't take the medication correctly. She should have done what she was supposed to do. And I think maybe if she did, then she would have gotten the help that she needed, and she wouldn't have killed her babies. Or would she have killed her babies? Because the fact that, I don't know, do we really know why she did it? People have this theory going around that she murdered her children because Patrick was having an affair and she wanted the attention and blah, 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 blah. So, don't know. I don't know if he was having an affair, but they did start dating publicly early. You know what I mean? So, who knows? But that's no reason to kill your babies. Or whatnot. You know what I mean? But hold on a second. I think they're trying to figure out what charge to actually give her. I think they're going to go with a murder charge. I got that
Did she
feeling.
also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was
I get that feeling, but I mean, I'm not psychic, so I don't really know.
having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids or them having some sort of ailment.
Those intrusive thoughts brought up a lot in her journals through the testimony of the medical professionals, and as you heard there by Patrick Clancy, as Lindsay Clancy was starting to spiral downhill. We welcome you back. 8 hours and 5 minutes now. This jury has been deliberating. Alexis Rosenberg, it wasn't the journal entries, horrible thoughts. Jurors were led to believe that that was what Patrick explained, the horrible thoughts about hurting the kids or wishing demise for them. It's hard to understand that she wouldn't have shared a bit of that with any of these medical providers. She didn't take the stand, so we never heard, from her. But to a person, everyone who saw Lindsay Clancy said no. She never said that she was going to hurt these kids. And that does make a difference, does it not?
Well, I think it does. And also, I mean, the prosecutor came right out and asked Patrick, why'd you leave the kids with her? And he said, well, a medical professional never said that she was, there was a potential that she would harm the children. We did also hear testimony, though, that with this psychosis, she could have been fine and not in the psychosis for the whole entire time. A lot of this testimony was going back 4 months that we're talking about. I wouldn't say that it would be unusual that based on the testimony that we heard, that she wouldn't share with family members that she was going to harm the kids. We also heard testimony that she may not have shared that, even though she was thinking that with the medical professional, especially considering that seemed to be that she had a lot of, cooks in the kitchen. She had a lot of different medical professionals as well. But one thing, that it could have been that she shared it, but not to that extent. I mean, we're not going to know, and the jury can just take the information that was presented during the trial.
Rick, there were a few of these little gaps that just weren't clarified. That, again, this jury's trying to tackle something that's quite a bit of fun. It's very difficult. And here's a little tidbit.
I'm going to have to go back and listen to you guys.
Yeah.
So I think, and particularly with Patrick Clancy, but I think in general, you have a problem there, which the lawyers struggled with, is that this is a unique area of medical care that if you have a sore leg and they take an x-ray and they say, yeah, your leg's broken, this is 90% of it. It's self-reported. So if that person who is suffering from a medical defect doesn't report every little step along the way, there's nowhere else to get it very often. With respect to Patrick Clancy in particular, I don't know why they didn't ask him. Did you say, what's a horrible thought? What kind of horrible thought did you have? And the only thing I can think of is I know that a former prosecutor I worked with for years represented Patrick Clancy for purposes of having a 911 call not broadcast.
Yeah.
Did he have that attorney meet with the prosecutors prior to his testimony? What kind of preparation was done? Was it limited? Was some of it off grounds? Did they not know what certain answers to questions would be?
Yeah. I mean, they did ask, what were those thoughts at one point, and he said, well, that she was going to maybe hurt the kids or was wishing that they would get sick. It's just a horribly sad case, and the fact that these 3 kids at the end of the day are dead. There's a lot of armchair quarterbacking. Rick's earpiece keeps falling out. We better take a break. 8 hours, 8 minutes. We'll continue with more right after this. Stay with us.
Oy vey. So they never said she was a danger to the kids. She never said she wanted to do anything to the kids, to any of the psychologists and stuff. So that's why he left her alone with them. Because a lot of people were saying, why is he leaving her alone? Blah, 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 blah. So, and I was saying that too. So now I understand why he left the kids alone with her, because they never said she was a danger. I don't know. Hopefully this will be done today. I'm just hoping. Holding on to hope. Hmm. I wonder, well, it's would be over lunch break. So I wonder if they made them go through lunch break. Probably.
Welcome back to our continuing verdict watch coverage in the case against Lindsay Clancy. I'm Ted Rollins. We're outside the Plymouth County Courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts, and inside the jury of 12. 9 women and 3 men are deliberating the fate of Lindsay Clancy. 8 hours, 13 minutes, and counting. The former labor and delivery nurse admits to killing her 3 children, 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan, on January 23rd, 2023. What's at issue here is whether or not she's criminally responsible. Was she in the state of psychosis when she killed the children? That's what the defense is hoping the jury will believe as they deliberate. The prosecution, the Commonwealth, disagrees, believes that this was a woman that, yes, was suffering from depression, but wanted to take her own life and decided that she would take her kids as well because she is the only one that can really take care of them. Patrick Clancy was the first witness to take the stand for the Commonwealth, and all eyes were on this husband who also lost his 3 children. He's the one that made that horrific 911 call that was so emotional that the judge agreed with Patrick Clancy's attorney not to let it out of the courtroom. It's sealed. The only people that have heard it were a select few members of the media and this jury. Patrick Clancy basically told it the way he saw it. He talked about finding Lindsay, then finding the children. Let's go back and listen to more of Patrick Clancy on the stand.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay, so she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes. but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelada, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelada, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask for it to be admitted as
Sure,
one.
yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't?
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Gelada said you can bring them to like a police station and they get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let me see.
30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan. So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxynine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
hydroxynine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
All right, Patrick Clancy on the stand. Boy, we'll talk about kicking off a trial and catching people's attention. Everyone was riveted by his testimony, and we're still talking about it now. Matthew Timpatic is a defense attorney in this area, in Plymouth, worked out of this courthouse. You're very familiar with the jury pool here. To what extent did the Lindsay Clancy case, which just happened up the road in Duxbury, infiltrate the potential jurors, and do you think it's, that we can say with a straight face that this panel is not being not swayed, but interacted with by family, friends, and everybody knows this is going on? If my Uncle Jim is on jury duty, and he's been on jury duty for 4 weeks in this house, in this building, everybody knows what's happening.
Yeah, that's how small town Plymouth is. It might be the biggest town here, but it's still a small town. So these jurors are basically not speaking with anybody about it. But at the same time, it's really tough not to hear what's going on, not hearing people's opinions. They've been instructed not to say anything to anyone. It's been very difficult the last 6-8 weeks, whatever it's been, doing so. But when you be able to actually get an impartial juror, not swayed, what is good about this, there aren't protesters out there, people trying to potentially influence the verdict. The juror's able to sit down and do their job and base their verdict based on the evidence and the evidence alone.
They clearly know the world's watching, though.
It is absolutely true. But that's part of what it is. When you're a juror, you're understanding that everything outside this courtroom doesn't matter. And that's the only way to go about it.
Yeah, and we have to have faith in the system because it does work. And I do think that most people do they take it seriously. You see jurors in a courtroom, some take notes, some don't. This is the way, but all of them, almost to a person, take it seriously. It's very rare you see someone who is, sometimes you'll see a sleeper, but we do take it seriously when put in that position. Let's talk about Patrick Clancy. We're just listening to some of his testimony. He's been the target of a lot of wacky conspiracies since, but this jury has no idea about that. As far as this jury is concerned, Patrick Clancy lost 3 children, got up there, and somewhat defended the person that took his own kids. How effective was he for, I guess, the defense? It was first Commonwealth witness, but boy, having that person with that amount of loss support his ex-wife spoke volumes.
It did, because when you're thinking about it, that man lost everything. He's lost his kids, he lost his marriage, he lost everything. And by doing so, his message testifying said, I support her. I believe what they are saying, the defense is saying, that she was going through something that we can't explain, that wasn't natural. Was it postpartum psychosis? Was it postpartum depression? That's a question of fact for the jury. But him testifying, especially first, was a very powerful message to the jury. And that there wasn't, he forgave her. There was no resentment. It was, this is where we are at, and I'm trying to move forward with my life.
And he was realistically on that journey with her as she started to go downhill. And we were talking earlier, it's not just Patrick, but when you've got Patrick's mother Sue Clancy up there. You of course have Lindsay's parents, but to a person, there wasn't anybody who was able to come on and say, this Lindsay Clancy was a real piece of work. Before this, I always knew she was bad. It was the opposite, and yet the Commonwealth articulated in their open, be ready, we're going to show you the real side of this monster in the wheelchair. It didn't pan out.
And it never happened because what this whole case is about is what was going through Lindsay Clancy's head at the time that the killings occurred. Not after. Did she know right from wrong at the time of the incident? And they didn't put on some individual like, oh, she was always like this, she was planning this. Nothing. It was, and that was also the part of it. And the jurors, whether they caught it or not, they didn't really get into at the exact moment whether or not they proved beyond a reasonable doubt that she knew right from wrong. And that's what the whole case comes down to.
All right, let's get a break. 8 hours, 8.5 hours now. The jury has been at it. We didn't factor in the lunch break because we weren't sure if it was a working lunch or if they actually took a break. We're still working to confirm that. But 8 hours and 30 minutes, 29, and counting, 9 women, 3 men, deliberating the fate of the 36-year-old mother who killed her own children. Stay with us.
Craziness. Waiting and waiting and waiting. Oh my Lanta. Driving me crazy. Thank you guys for hanging out and stuff. Doing whatever you're doing. Oh, in a few minutes, I'm going to do some dishes. I need to stretch. Of course, PJ. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here, Clunker. I am in a weird mood. I'm sorry. Can't help it. I'll calm down. I think people are just coming in and out because It is kind of boring just waiting and watching stuff and waiting.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy case. Here's a live look inside the courtroom. If Judge Sullivan takes the bench, of course, we will head in there. That is our camera, and our cameraman Rich will be the first call that is made. If there's a question, or of course, if there is a verdict. 8 hours, 35 minutes and counting. It's now 2:15 in Eastern Time on a Friday afternoon. Some would say this is prime verdict time because the jurors typically, if they're close, will wrap it before a weekend. But this is a very complicated case. We don't know, and we've only had the one question. Since then, not a peep out of the deliberation room, but we're here, we're monitoring it, and we're glad you're along with us, whether you're watching on Court TV or on one of our YouTube channels, the Court TV YouTube channel, or the Law and Crime Trials YouTube channel. We're glad that you're with us. Matthew Tempatic is with us. We got some news. CNN is reporting that the Dr. Avram Mack, who was the second expert to take the stand for the Commonwealth in this case, in their rebuttal case, that he is no longer employed by Delaware Valley Health. That's basically it. So that's what we're hearing. Again, CNN is reporting that. Does it have anything to do with this case? Anything to do with his testimony? We don't know. But Matthew Tempatic, it could have something to do with a potential appeal if Lindsay Clancy is found guilty.
Absolutely, because when you think about it, it could be arguably Brady material if that's an avenue for Kevin Reddington to be able to cross-examine the witness on, because it goes to credibility. Okay, why are you no longer employed there? Is any particular reason? That's an area where they could have explored. And if there were to be a conviction, I would expect that to be one of the appellate issues.
The other appellate issue likely is the blurting out of mortal sin, first by prosecutor, one of the Buckingham it was, and then it came up through the expert witness as well later, and both times the jury was admonished and told that this was stricken, and there was a mistrial on the table. Sullivan had a choice to make. He said, no, we're going to move forward. Let's talk about that. Was there enough for a potential mistrial at that juncture, the second time that the jury was exposed to the Catholic religion and the mortal sin?
Yes. It absolutely could have been. I think Judge Sullivan, based on all the factors, made a decision that it's like, if this results in a conviction, that mistrial will be an issue, will be ripe for appeal. But it's to the point where I don't need it. It's kind of discretionary. I could issue a mistrial here and nobody would question me. But at the same time, I can get away with saying, I'm going to deny it and we're going to continue on and give a curative instruction.
Mm-hmm. But if Lindsay Clancy is found guilty, that would go down. Again, CNN reporting that Delaware Valley Health has severed ties with Dr. Avram Mack, who we watched testify in this trial against Lindsay Clancy. And part of this was a memorable witness. Why? Because he went toe-to-toe with Kevin Reddington, and Reddington went after him. Let's go back and listen to some of the back and forth between Reddington and Mack on the stand.
Part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate.
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you? And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish?
I'm not going to finish. 2022.
She had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications,
Okay, hold on. Mr. Reddington, you can, go ahead, Doctor, finish the question.
That was just a sample of the back and forth. In fact, it got worse the next day when he was appearing on Zoom, to the point where I believe this was the witness where Reddington was having a communication problem and he couldn't hear him, and he just said, "I don't care," and he walked back to the defense table. Again, the reporting is he's lost his job. It can have nothing to do with this. He may, who knows what happened, but the timing raises an eyebrow.
And the fact that we didn't know about it as the trial was going on, that, like I said, that's potentially Brady material because it goes to credibility. And anything that's like, oh, we lost a job, here's the reason, we're turning it over, we don't think it's relevant, but we're not going to be the ones to decide.
What if it was a scenario, hey, I watched that Dr. Mack on the TV, court TV probably, and calls in, and I've got this dirt on Mack because, and that's how he lost his job. Has nothing to do with the trial. Has nothing to do with anything he did during or before the trial. Would that still factor into an appeal?
It depends. If the prosecution wasn't aware of it and CNN got the information from a third party, there probably wouldn't be an appellate issue. But if they knew about it and did not disclose it, that would be a real issue. It all depends how the information was gathered.
Kevin Reddington, I guess, was asked about it when he left the courthouse a little bit ago, and asked if he knew about it, and he said no and grinned as he shook his head. So classic Reddington. But that's now in the back of his mind, obviously, as we move forward. Let's talk about this process here. We're on it is a Friday. But this case is different. What a lot of our Court TV watchers have followed cases with us from start to finish, and the amount of times a jury comes back on a Friday afternoon is staggering. And you get to this point on a Friday afternoon, I mean, we're all on guard at Court TV. We're like, probably going to get a verdict. This one feels a little different, and just because of the volume, and there are 3 dead children on one side, and there is a pouring of empathy out on the other side for Lindsay. You would think we're going to have 2 camps in that jury room, just like we have 2 camps out here.
Yeah, so definitely when you're looking at when a verdict potentially would come down, if we do not get one today, the probability of a hung jury skyrockets because juries are regular people and they're thinking the same thing. It's like, all right, let's do this verdict today and let's go on, move on with our lives. So if we're not getting one today, there's the probability of a mistrial goes through the roof.
Because if you resist the pressure today, it's going to get arguably easier next week because you're going to focus in and hold tight.
There's an old saying, deadlines spur actions. And this is the second to last, arguably, weekend on Cape Cod. Not that jurors are like, I got to get to the Cape or something like that, but it's still like we've been doing this for a long time. If we're not getting a verdict today, there is real disagreement in the juror room that we would come back to Monday to deliberate.
Okay, well, we're here. And the courthouse closes at 4:30. Is there wiggle room? If the jury were to say, Judge Sullivan, we're close, would they get more time?
Yes.
Okay.
If the jury said, can we stay a couple more hours, the judge would absolutely say, all right, how long do you need? It's like, would 7 o'clock work? And he would probably allow it. But they're like, I don't know if that would be enough. He would probably say, maybe we come back Monday.
Okay. So because you've got staff, you've got things to consider, it costs money to keep people for overtime. It's a Friday and people have lives as well that work in this building behind us. Let's get a break. 8 hours, 42 minutes and counting. The jury continues to work. How long will they work today? It's now almost 2:30. Courthouse typically closes at 4:30. Yesterday, Judge Sullivan sent them home at 4 o'clock. We'll see. Don't go anywhere. It's a Friday afternoon. Anything can happen.
Oh my Lord, Vincent, I know who you are, and this is getting stupid. why don't you just go to your channel and try to get views and subscribers and all the things that you need? Okay, Vincent? Stay away from mine. I saw being immature. Like, really? Ay, vey. People need a line. It's pretty pathetic coming over to a stream about children being dumb. Just saying. Oh my Linda. I hate the person that does that. And I don't hate people. My college books just came. I'm so excited. Okay. I'm gonna open my college books. They tape these things pretty damn good. They should. It's a $200 book. That I don't pay for, but still.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. We're in Plymouth, Massachusetts, where the jury of 9 women and 3 men have been hard at work all day long, 8 hours, 47 minutes and counting. That includes the lunch break. So we're not sure if they actually took a break or if it was a working lunch. Bottom line is, over the 2 days, they have had a considerable amount of time to at least get the feel for where each other are. The question now is, to what extent are they split? Will they come to a verdict on this Friday afternoon before 4:30, or will they be back on Monday? Many people think it's going to be maybe Tuesday, Wednesday before there is a verdict in this case, given the complexity of it. 4.5 weeks of testimony. 5 weeks if you factor in voir dire for a lot of these individuals. They were brought to the courthouse and questioned. And the first witness that they encountered was Patrick Clancy. We have been going back and listening to some of his testimony out of the gate. It captured our attention for sure. And the theme was, this was a man who found his 3 kids dead, his wife outside on the lawn, and then came into court and supported her. Let's go back and listen to more Patrick on the stand.
Were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle,
Okay.
so.
And then just ask you about one more, the trazodone prescribed on November 16th, 2022 by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day it was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
Okay. And she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trees?
No problem, Mustang.
Yeah.
I could have the photo from the food truck event, this is Exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is Exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can I publish?
You may.
So Exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
5. Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mustang. I just got that.
Two photos. Are these from that day when you
You're
got the Christmas
awesome.
tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You could have the first photo of all 5. Six. And then the second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
That was really cool of you. Okay, so I'll have a more entertaining deliberation stuff if we're still oh my Lanta, if we're still waiting for a verdict on Monday. But yeah. I forgot because I was sick all week. Excuse me. I was sick all week, so I was gonna plan to do a bunch of things, and then, yeah. I'm not sure if he's gonna make them go all the way to 4 o'clock or if they're gonna end at 3:30. But, you know. What? So this guy was joking around, right? With
This young lady.
with President Trump renaming Lake Ontario to Lake America. I've already decided to follow in his footsteps. This is funny. And change the name of Canadian geese to Donald Ducks. Hey, you, how are you? How's everything going? Oh.
Courtroom where, if Judge Sullivan takes the bench, we will immediately go there. 9 hours and 2 minutes. The 9 women and 3 men on this jury have been working diligently to try to figure out what to do with Lindsay Clancy, the 36-year-old former labor and delivery nurse, admits she killed her 3 children. The question for this jury, was she in the throes of a psychotic episode when she killed them, and is she or is she not criminally responsible for their deaths? We'll continue to wait patiently if there's a question, or of course if there's a verdict. You'll be the first to know, and we'll head into the courtroom. There's been one question so far. It happened today, about 45 minutes after they started deliberating. Matthew Paddock is with us, defense attorney here in Plymouth, Massachusetts. That question had to do with the pill bottles that were showcased by Kevin Reddington and used by the Commonwealth too in the clothes, and they were found in the drawers after the investigators had left. They, for whatever reason, weren't taken into evidence, and Reddington made a big deal out of it. They also wanted to see the knife. Thoughts on that? What possible reason would the jury, in this case, it wasn't a stabbing. The knife was used to inflict the wounds on herself, Lindsay. Why would you want to see the knife?
It's possible the knife could have been thrown in there so the jury doesn't know. Is telling everybody what they're focusing on. It could be a red herring. The pill bottles were very important for the evidence because remember, Kevin Reddington at one point put all of the pill bottles on the witness stand just to show all the different medications Lindsay Clancy were on. So when I heard the knife was asked, I'm like, I don't know what they would want to do with that. I knew what the importance of the pill bottles, so the knife could just be a red herring.
Because really the Commonwealth's sort of low-key assertion from openings and even through cross-examination was that this wasn't a real suicide. Lindsay, oh, come on, she didn't. Then in the close, they clarified or changed positions after their expert said it was absolutely a real suicide. Otherwise, I couldn't come to the conclusions I did. They switched it to, well, her natural instinct wouldn't let her kill herself, yet her natural instinct let her kill her 3 children, one after another. Was that a good recovery? Was it a legitimate recovery given the tenor before that moment?
Yes, that was a good recovery because you introduced that to show the defendant's narcissism. She had the ability to kill her 3 kids, but she did not possess the ability to kill herself.
And she's a nurse. She knows the mechanisms on how to kill. It was just her natural, the Commonwealth would argue, resistance from inside. But what about the questioning all along, insinuating that this wasn't a real suicide attempt, starting from the opening statements? Was this a reversal, or was that just we were misinterpreting where they were going to end up at the end?
I think they were just misinterpreting where the case was going to end up in the end. Because when you think about it, the defendant's actions, it was a real suicide attempt. It wasn't a fake or staged one. It wasn't one that made look worse than it really is. It was a real attempt to end her life. So this kind of idea, if you actually believe that, you need to go the whole way and you need to prove that, because otherwise you're going to alienate the jury throwing out assertions you can't back up.
Which they didn't, if you believe that their assertion was that there wasn't, it was a feigned suicide. And it absolutely felt that way because they brought up the streaks of blood on the back of the house, the paneling, saying that, well, she may have just put herself out of the window and then grabbed on and lowered herself easily. That's why we see these blood streaks possibly. But then they reversed in closings. Do you find that jurors hold attorneys accountable if they say something in the open and it doesn't come to fruition during trial?
Absolutely, because remember, opening statements are the roadmap for how you want the case to go. You do not want to say things in opening statements you're not going to prove you can't back up, because if you do that, the jury's like, how you said this and you didn't back it up. How can I believe you when you have something more concrete and you didn't back it up? So the fact of kind of like pulling a 180 is something the jury is definitely going to draw a big red circle around during deliberations.
How does this happen? High profile trial, they've got
I don't think they're going to even care, to be honest.
They know Patrick's going to support her. Why would they go down this road, the Commonwealth?
I think because remember, this is an extremely high profile case, and the prosecution is under an enormous amount of pressure to secure a conviction. Right now, they're almost throwing anything against the wall to see what sticks. And especially when your openings and your evidence are in direct conflict, that's when you know you're starting to maybe get a little desperate, and maybe you feel like it's slipping away. And maybe if you can kind of change your game plan, the jury, it might be so small that the jury won't notice this. But with all the media attention on this, with all the how good Kevin Reddington is, I don't see the jury missing that.
Okay. 9 hours, 8 minutes, still deliberating. We're outside the courthouse. Yesterday, Judge Sullivan sent the jury home at 4 o'clock after 3.5 hours. It is now getting to be near 3 o'clock. Will he allow them to go past 4:30 when the courthouse closes? We'll find out. It's a crucial hour. It's a Friday. It's in a lot of jurors come back on a Friday afternoon. We'll see what happens over the next hour. We're here. Stay with us. Back after this break.
Yeah, I was hoping that they'd have a verdict by now. Going on, 6 hours live today. They did 3 hours yesterday. Hopefully some news soon. I'll never make it through the weekend, right? We need an answer now. Let's go. It would be nice. Oy. Come on. Jerry, I'm thinking I want them to do like second degree or something. Yeah, first degree would be better. So I don't know. Whatever does give her a pearl.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. We are outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. 9 hours, 13 minutes is how long this jury of 9 women and 3 men have been deliberating. We anticipate that they'll be allowed to deliberate until 4 at least, possibly 4:30. The courthouse closes at 4:30, unless there's an indication that they're close. If they are close, accommodations likely will be made for a determinate amount of time, but it is a Friday, and the courthouse staff and all the people working here, of course, are getting off at 4:30. So accommodations will have to be made if indeed they do stay late. Cody Thomas is with us back in the studios at Court TV, and on site here is Matthew Timpanek, and Vinny Politan is also joining our discussion as we enter into what is likely the last hour of deliberations here on this Friday. Vinny, of course, the host of Vinny Politan Investigate. You can watch it right here at Court TV every night and on our YouTube channel. Vinny, good afternoon to you. Thoughts, 9 hours, 15 minutes and counting, and just the one question.
Yeah, well, it's the Friday factor, right? We're in the witching hour. Any minute, if it's going to happen today, obviously it's got to happen soon. But this is usually the time that it does happen. So I am anticipating a potential verdict here. If it comes down now, quick verdict, and I would think that would be advantage defense. But if this jury does what a normal jury does, the average jury does, in the average case that we cover on Court TV that I've been covering longer than any man on earth or woman on earth at Court TV, I think we're about halfway there.
And we were talking earlier, if there is no verdict today, both sides, if you will, if this jury is divided into sides, know that it's Friday afternoon. They know that they're going now either to the weekend of freedom with beautiful weather predicted, or they're coming back on Monday. I mean, they're going on their weekend regardless, but to have this hanging over their heads, if they're close, they're going to finish the deal. If they're not, that brings the possibility of a hung jury big time into play, does it not, Vinny?
It does, but I'm not thinking hung jury until we get to Wednesday. You know, if we get past Tuesday, then I'll be like, all right, we may have some real problems here. There was a lot of evidence. There was a lot of testimony. There were experts. There's timeline issues. There's residue of crushed pills, and there's residue of chicken nuggets. Like, there's a lot to talk about here, and there could be a lot of discussion back and forth. What I've been listening to is you and Cody going back and forth on the poll, right, that we've done here at Court TV. I've done it on my YouTube channel as well. And through the course of the trial, I've seen a widening of the gap between the majority that believes not criminally responsible and the minority. But the numbers you guys were talking about today, those numbers clearly favor the defense. And I can't ignore what we've seen here at Court TV. We've seen this mirror image of what the jury is seeing and what the viewers are seeing. We saw it in Karen Reed. We saw it in Alec Murdaugh. We saw it in Johnny Depp. When you have a high-profile case like this, I think you kind of look at what is the public saying. And wow, what's the number now, Cody? I don't want to take over here.
I'm
you're
curious
fine. What the latest number is?
Listen, man, I love to hear you talk anyway. First of all, we got all the boys back together. This is a wonderful trifecta here, along with our guest out there with Ted. The numbers, Vinny. Over 61,000 votes. This poll has been up for roughly 3 hours now, and the votes are climbing as I'm looking at it. 73% of that 61,000 plus are saying not criminally responsible. 73%. That's almost 3/4 of this total amount. 16% say guilty first-degree murder. 4%, smallest amount here, 4% guilty of second-degree murder. 7% guilty of manslaughter here. But again, Vinny, to your point, 73% say not criminally responsible. And of course, that the prompt on the poll is, what would your verdict be? And Vinny, that's the lowest I've seen it. I mean, when we first started off, Ted, you and I earlier, it was at 75% when it was around, 30,000, 35,000 votes. But, naturally, as the number climbs, the numbers are going to fluctuate. But still, 73% of 61,000, going on 62,000 as I'm looking at it now. And, coupling that with everyone riffing off in the chat about what they believe, I mean, it's very much so in the defense's favor if we're looking at the court of public opinion here.
What are you hearing, Cody, in the chat for the Commonwealth? What are some of the comments, the tenor at least of them? What are they grabbing onto? 3 dead kids that got to do something? What are they saying?
That's it, Ted. It's that the fact that we're here is because of these 3 dead children. We have, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Let's not forget their names. These are still the victims here. And also, Ted, to the point of, I think I was bringing it up earlier in one of our segments, the idea of Lindsay's own personal responsibility regarding everything that went down, because yes, she was seeking the help with the mental health professionals, but there are aspects that, Commonwealth people in favor of the prosecution are saying that she was leaving out when speaking with these medical professionals, that if she was telling them the full truth or abiding by, whatever resources they are providing, maybe we would not be here. That's pretty much the sentiment I'm gathering here. But overarchingly, Ted, it's just about these 3 young children, and somebody has to be held accountable, and who to not be held accountable than the woman who killed them.
And Matthew, her reluctance to tell the whole truth to healthcare providers along the line, it's been pretty well documented. Is that enough for this jury to hold her accountable for the deaths of her children, even though that decision to not be upfront may have contributed to an eventual psychotic event.
I think it's definitely something they have to consider because it shows if your belief that she's on the influence of postpartum psychosis, some kind of mental disease or defect, but she still has the ability to kind of not tell the whole truth. That's definitely something the jury is going to understand. I don't know if they're going to basically take it to the bank, but it is a fact to consider when evaluating guilt, given that in order for the defendant to be found not guilty by reason of insanity or to be found guilty of manslaughter, mens rea needs to be negated by a mental disease or defect.
Vinny, what did you think of that question that we had today? Wanted to see the knife and the prescription bottles.
Like, okay, here we are, and a lot of us have been talking about battle the experts, whose opinion matters. Like, what do the opinions have to do with the knife? Like, what do the opinions, like, to me, the knife gets to the whole
out of left field.
Did she or did she, yeah, or did she not have a serious attempt at her life, right? The severity of it, I think, was acknowledged by the prosecution, but the real nuance of that, and I don't know if this is where they're going, because it's very nuanced, is the question of control, where the voice, even if the voice is giving her commands and there is a voice or a horrible thought, whatever it is, however it's manifesting itself in her head, outside of her head, she is able to overcome that voice and not kill herself with the knife. Like, the hesitation wounds that she was talking about. To me, maybe they want to know, well, is the knife not that sharp? I don't know. Like, because it seems like a knife like that, if you really, really, really were being commanded to take your own life, you could do it with that knife. You wouldn't even need to jump out the window.
Yeah, that's a good point. And to your point, that might be that they are just litigating that little portion of this massive equation, and along the lines of like, hey, let's see if that knife is sharp enough, and which would mean we're going to be here a while because they're just plotting from piece to piece, and the knife is, because otherwise there's no significance to whether she was in psychosis or not because of the size of the knife. It's fascinating. Of course, we try to read these tea leaves and it never works out. Yeah.
Yeah. So one experience I had in Massachusetts, and I really have a lot of admiration for Massachusetts jurors. I think they take their jobs very seriously and are very thoughtful. There was a case, Dr. Dirk Greinader, and there was overwhelming evidence. Rick Grundy was on your show earlier. He was the prosecutor in the case. And I remember speaking to the jury afterwards because they had the case over the course of a number of days, like I think 4 or 5 days. And we were like, well, what are they fighting about? They weren't fighting. What they did is they went through all the evidence in the case before they took a vote. So, I mean, that's possible. They could be going through all the evidence and not voting yet. And you know, we don't tell the jury exactly how to do it. So maybe this is the way they decide to do it, and that will take time. And you go back to my theorem, you've got, 21 days of evidence. That's a lot of evidence to go through.
Yeah. That's a good point. Remember the Scott Peterson case we both covered? The first jury foreman was the doctor engineer who wanted to do just that, go through all of the evidence, and there was an uprising. They revolted and kicked them off. But that's a legitimate way to do it. And if you look at the foreperson who, for me, walking into this courtroom, there were 2 jurors that stood out. One was the guy that was wearing a T-shirt, didn't have a notepad, was listening, but was reclining, and he's on the jury. And then there's the foreperson, a woman probably late 60s, maybe even early 70s. Looks like she's a retired MIT professor, and looking down, taking notes, observing the courtroom, checking out Lindsay, and not just a stenographer type note taker, a real absorber. If she's taking them on that journey, oh boy, there's a lot to go over.
I mean, we've all seen the movie 12 Angry Men. We saw how that plot went out, how it started and how it ended. So I could imagine if that's the case, that could be how it's going out. But I'd imagine you'd want to go through all of the evidence before you vote, because that's I would imagine, to be the ethical way of things. But what do I know?
They don't tell you how to do it. We don't tell jurors enough, or we let them at their own will to figure it out.
Every now and then you'll have a prosecutor or a defense attorney suggest, I suggest you go back there and you start by blank. We didn't get that today or yesterday with the closing arguments. They're on their own. And boy, this jury foreperson could be leading them. Jurors, impossible to, know what they're thinking when they're sitting there, and that translates into the jury room. What do you think of the idea of going through all of the evidence first before even taking a vote? Have you ever had a jury that did that?
I believe I have, given some of the lengthier deliberation. I've done something like 45 plus trials, and that's kind of the best way to actually do deliberations, because instead of like, where's everybody's opinion? Let's first discuss the facts. Facts win trials. So if we discuss the facts, we know right off the bat, what do we agree with, what do we disagree with, so we know what we're actually going to deliberating on before we actually get to what charge, where should we check on the verdict form slip.
No, it's a good point. Yeah, because then when you do get to that vote, you might all be in unison because you've litigated fact by fact. So buckle up, get ready. Could be here a while. We'll look for an apartment. Let's get a break though first. 9 hours, 26 minutes and counting. There's the seal. If there's any word, any question or a verdict, of course, in the next probably hour they have left to deliberate, we will take you inside the courtroom. You'll be first to know because our photographer Rich is on speed dial. As soon as the court has any action, they call Rich, and then we'll pass it on. Stay with us.
Bye. Yeah, I think like Andrea Yates and what's the other lady didn't get as much support as Lindsay Clancy. So, yeah. So it's kind of weird that she's getting as much support as she's getting, to be honest. So yeah. Yippers. Some people are watching. Please smash that thumbs up for me. Share this out. And don't be afraid to chat. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the chat already. Yeah. So maybe if they're still deliberating Monday, we can play words on stream or watch funny videos or something more entertaining. Wednesday, I know in the morning I do have an appointment, but after that, probably watch funny videos or something. I don't know. Or play words on stream after my appointment. Excuse me, jeez. I only yawn when I'm live. Right? I know I do. I definitely do. It would have been more organized if I didn't have that freaking headache all week. That was freaking, I don't even know.
Now, doctor, have in mind your background, your career, your
Oh, that's cool.
Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
That was Paul Zeisel on the stand during the defense case. One of the defense experts that took the stand, and a doctor that saw Lindsay Clancy just days after she killed her 3 children while she was in the hospital. He stayed with her throughout the process. He interviewed her multiple times, and he testified on the defense's behalf. There's a live look inside the courtroom here in Plymouth, Massachusetts. 9 hours, 32 minutes. The jury of 9 women and 3 men have been deliberating. Likely have another hour tops. One would think. Yesterday, Judge Sullivan brought them in at 4 o'clock, told them to go home for the evening.
He said, peace
Unless
out.
they are close, the courthouse does close
At 4 o'clock
Eastern time. So we are on pins and needles. This is Friday afternoon. 9 times out of 10 on a court TV case that we're covering, and a jury is deliberating on a Friday afternoon, you can bet they're coming back with something before the weekend. This might be different. With us is Vinnie Politan. Julia Janae is joining our discussion, and Matthew Tempanek is also with us here. Julia, good to see you. We were talking about the knife and the pills, that question that the jury had. Interested in your opinion on where they were going there, possibly.
I want another question from them. I want another follow-up question to see if it gives us any indication as to what they are thinking about, what avenue they may be taking. And it may not mean anything at all. It may be that these are jurors in a murder trial, and a weapon, any kind of weapon that is used in the commission of this entire episode is important to them. Maybe they just want to look at it, want to understand how big it is, want to understand just what perhaps this took for Lindsay Clancy to do all of this. It's not a murder weapon. It's not even an alleged murder weapon. It's one that was used on Lindsay Clancy herself. So it does make me think that they are focusing on that attempt.
Yeah, I was
We
making
also
fun
have
of them when I
medication
said human.
that they wanted to pay a closer look at. And you think if they wanted to know just in general what medication she was taking, then they would ask for more conversation, more of the readback, if you will, of the psychiatrists who were on the stand who talked about what they prescribed. They could look at medical records. But to want to know about what was in the house, what was found by the investigators, I don't have a clear answer for you. I don't know exactly what it is, but it is interesting that they are focused on this scene, it seems, versus all of the other evidence that has come in at this trial, especially through the experts.
Vinnie, Paul Zeisel, we heard from him when we bumped in out of the break there. Who won the battle of the experts in your estimation?
I think that they weren't as different as people are saying. I think there was a lot of agreement, especially at the end. You know, the only difference lies in how they interpret her mental illness. Everyone's sort of conceding it. You know, you can take Mac out of the equation just because, the way that went, that's just a different ball game. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. But the other two for the prosecution, were sympathetic to Lindsay. Lindsay was suffering, etc. I think their testimony helped temper the prosecution's ultimate argument to this jury as to where they started and where they ended. So there's not that much difference. The problem the defense had, and they acknowledged it, is that their witness was via Zoom. So he didn't get to come into the courtroom with all the gravitas that he has and the way he's really good at speaking directly to jurors. So something could get lost in translation there. But I don't think there was that much difference other than the ultimate legal opinion. And I think a jury will say, listen, that's our job. Our job is to say whether or not there's criminal responsible. So we'll listen to your analysis, and I think they can have the same analysis as both sides, and then come to their own conclusions, just the way that the experts did.
Yeah, fair. And a draw, you could argue, would be advantage defense, factoring in reasonable doubt. Avram Mack, the reason we're talking, there's a lot going on. CNN, others are reporting that he is no longer working for Delaware Valley Health, which was his employer while he was on the stand here. And we have no idea why. But Matthew, we were talking earlier, depending on the circumstances, if Lindsay Clancy is found guilty, put it on the list, I guess, for appeal.
Absolutely. When you think about one of the experts on the prosecution's list, they need to be able to. Prosecution have to know no idea that this individual was no longer working, because otherwise it creates a.
Now, he may have lost his job post testifying.
Yes, it creates a Brady issue, like I was saying earlier, because when you think about it, it's like anything that could go to potentially go to credibility, that could go to negate the defendant's guilt, it should be turned over. It's whether or not the prosecution know about it. When that eventually happens, whether Lindsay Clancy is convicted or convicted of a lesser, I think on appeal, it's something that will be discussed depending on what the prosecution knew and didn't know.
Yeah. And again, it's just side sort of topic. We were out here for hours and hours, so we're talking about it. But does it have anything to do with this case? The jury, no, it doesn't. He testified, and I think it's pretty clear Kevin Reddington was successful in his cross-examination of Mack, of taking some of his credibility out, especially day 2 on the Zoom. Julia, your thoughts on the quote-unquote battle of the experts, if anybody maybe had the edge? Resnick's got the resume, but to Vinny's point, he was on Zoom.
Dr. Resnick has the resume, and we don't typically see this. Other experts had to acknowledge that he is a leading voice on this topic, the hallucinations, the psychosis, and there were so many. I think what I'm learning from this trial is that psychosis isn't something that is widely enough perhaps investigated, looked at by experts, because it seemed like many of these experts, though they had the expertise in psychiatry and psychology and in people who were dealing with mental health challenges, once Kevin Reddington was able to hone in on, well, who have you examined who actually is suffering from psychosis, that's when you didn't see many people who had a breadth of information or experience with that. Even the treating physicians who actually were treating Lindsay Clancy, a lot of them didn't have any experience with someone who was dealing with psychosis. So in that battle, Dr. Resnick seems to emerge, even though he was on Zoom, that was explained. But the fact that it was able to be corroborated by other witnesses, I think, was interesting and compelling for the defense. However, I think the forensic psychologist for the prosecution, Dr. Halpern, he was able to go through this in a way that I think jurors are likely doing right now. He looked at whether or not this was psychosis or whether this was altruistic filicide, a depressed type murder-suicide. And him going through that in the way that he did, which I think is unique, where he said, look, I started with 2 possibilities. He wanted these jurors to understand he didn't have confirmation bias. He looked at the possibility of both. The defense tried to say, look, if he said it's possible, that's reasonable doubt. But it also could add to his credibility because he did take both into account and ultimately found that this was not psychosis and that she was criminally responsible.
Yeah, and being in the courtroom, I can tell you his engagement level was off the charts compared to the other experts, including Resnick, probably, because he was on the Zoom. But people, the jury, the gallery, his way of answering, he was a very good expert talking to lay people with those concessions that you mentioned, saying, hey, I didn't know. And the way he delivered it was engaging. Vinny, a little color here outside the courthouse. The Massachusetts State Police just has been making the rounds here, informing us that Kevin Reddington, which we know, he parked in the back today. And because the jurors exit out the back, we can't chase him down. So he, on purpose, after yesterday's scrum, decided he's going to, assuming there's no verdict here, scoot out without the cameras in his face. I thought you'd appreciate that. The wily Kevin Reddington figured out a way to avoid the press.
Yeah, and the quote of the day from yesterday was, "I'm not a podium guy. I'm not a podium. Hey, Mr. Reddington, there's a podium. I'm not a podium guy." He's just trying to go. He just likes trying cases. I mean, he loves trying cases. He loves arguing. He loves yelling at prosecutors and accusing the government of all these nefarious things. I mean, that's what he's been doing for decades. He's not in it for the glory. I think it's somewhat unexpected after all these years and all these cases and all these verdicts that he's brought in, that now is the big moment where all of a sudden he's entered that next sphere of, he's crossed over into pop culture. And I guess it's not as welcome as it is for some of our other lawyer friends when they make that transition, Ted.
Yeah, he does not care. He is true blue, and that comes across in the courtroom. Kevin Reddington is Kevin Reddington, and the jurors got a full dose of it over the last 5 weeks. Let's get a break. 9 hours, 43 minutes, and counting. Our continuing coverage on Court TV, on Court TV's YouTube channel, and Law and Crimes Trial YouTube channel continues. We'll be with you until there is a verdict here. If the jury's deliberating, count on us. We're going to count it down and wait it out with you. Back after this.
Y'all think they're gonna end at 4 or 4:30 today? Yeah, I'm thinking 4. Are they really? Hey, Paul, how are you today?
I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling, and I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point. At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
This is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone. Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day, and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious, and she was afraid. She was afraid. She was afraid to be alone. And she actually asked if she could sleep with me. Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the deliberations in the case against Lindsay Clancy. A live look inside the courtroom. In an adjacent room, 9 women and 3 men have been deliberating for almost 10 hours now over the course of 2 days. And they're getting down to the wire in terms of deliberating on this Friday afternoon. Will they come back with a verdict just before the courthouse closes in about an hour from now? Or will they take the weekend to be back Monday morning? We'll soon find out. With us, Matthew Timpatic here outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Julia Janae, Vinny Palatin also here. Vinny, the idea that Lindsay Clancy was not honest, even though yes, leading up to this, she checked all the boxes, great mother, nurse, stand-up person, but once she was going through this experience, she did withhold information from her providers, even her friends. She wasn't completely honest with. She was honest with Patrick at times and her mother. But to what extent does the jury take that into consideration when, in reality, her criminal responsibility revolves around whether they think she was in psychosis, and how she got there doesn't matter. Whether she contributed to it really shouldn't matter.
Right. It's really 3 levels of 3 different ways of looking at it. One, the way the prosecutor sort of couched it was she didn't release that information because she was still in control. She was not out of control. She was making specific decisions about what to reveal, what not to reveal. She didn't want family services involved. She didn't want to tell a mandatory reporter that the children were potentially in danger, right? So that's what the prosecutor was arguing. I think the prosecutor was sending another message, though. I think the message the prosecutor was sending was one more of a moral responsibility that a mother has, that if she's having thoughts about harming her children, she needs to do everything and anything she can to prevent that from happening. And this woman did not do that. And I think sort of sending a message to the jury that maybe they'll be a little upset or a lot upset that these children could have been saved if she had just spoken out to her providers. And maybe the level of care would have changed, the level of alert would have changed, red flags would have gone up, and the children would be alive. And then the final way to look at it is the legal way to look at it, which is what you said, which I think is true. Does it really matter? I mean, the fact that she's not revealing this could actually be, I don't know, maybe a symptom of the illness itself, arguably. But the bottom line is the law doesn't distinguish between, lack of care because of the actions of the defendant themselves. It's just the state of mind of the defendant. How she got to that state of mind shouldn't technically matter, but I think morally, in a case like this where three children are dead and the mother's the one responsible, it may matter to one or more jurors.
Yeah. Here is one of her friends on the stand saying that, yeah, I kind of knew Lindsay was going through some stuff, but no, I was never worried. Take a listen.
So basically, would it be fair to say that Lindsay was telling you that she'd had some side effects and some dark thoughts because of medication, but was weaning off of those and moving on to something else that would hopefully help her?
Yes.
Did she ever express at any point that she wanted to harm herself?
No.
Did she ever express that she wanted to harm the children?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Other than saying that she had had some bad thoughts, did she say anything else that was concerning in that conversation?
No.
Matthew Tympanik, withholding information from friends, okay. But from healthcare providers, what effect should that have on the jury's decision on what to do here?
It's along the same lines what Vinny was saying, is that at times she had control, but when it mattered, she didn't during the crime. But immediately after, when she's talking with her providers, she's able to say some things as well as after. She's saying what she can, but she's also holding things back. So the jury is thinking to themselves, it's like, okay, there's no proper way to deal with trauma. Everybody deals with it differently. Does that mean that she was in control at the time of the incident? Or is it that she might have forgot when she's talking about it? It's something that she didn't see as important. So that's why the jurors are the fact finders, because they decide what weight to give that fact.
Jennifer Tufts has been was the target of the defense during her testimony. Kind of backed off of it a little bit, did Reddington, but brought her back up in the closing arguments here. She is saying she never told me that she was having thoughts about harming the children. Take a listen.
There's question 3, a specific plan. Do you have a specific plan of how you would kill yourself? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
4th question is access to weapons or means of hurting yourself, and the answer is no, correct?
Correct.
The 5th question is made a serious suicide attempt, and the answer was no, correct?
Correct.
The 6th question, purposely done something to hurt yourself. Again, no, correct?
Correct.
7th question, heard voices telling you to hurt yourself. Her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 9, having thoughts of killing or seriously hurting someone else. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 10, heard voices telling you to hurt others. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Hurt someone or destroyed property on purpose. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the answers to every question on this suicide checklist was no, correct?
Correct.
Julie Janae, where do you weigh in terms of Lindsay keeping information from healthcare providers, including Dr. Tufts, and the jury grappling with potentially her responsibility?
Potentially her responsibility and her truthfulness, because they have to believe that she was telling the truth then, maybe wasn't hearing voices, maybe didn't have intrusive thoughts about her children. But then also they have to believe that she was hearing voices like she reported after. Not saying one can't be true, they both can't be true or not true, but it seems that Kevin Reddington would need for all of it to be true, that she was not having those situations, was not having those voices at the moment that she was talking to her psychiatrist. So that really shrinks this window of time in terms of when the psychosis happen, when she was dealing with the symptoms? Was it, as the prosecution tried to argue, that it was one voice and she responded in this horrific way? And back to what you were talking about whether or not this is something that she malingered on. Did she not do enough to get herself better? Does it matter with the psychosis how it was reached? Was it because she wasn't taking enough of her medication, wasn't complying with the doctor's orders, or was that all part of her psychosis? I do think there's a question not only in law, but also in the minds of jurors, where if it is a self-induced mental incapacity, it's treated differently. I've had this case before where a client seemed to be mentally incapacitated, had to be admitted to hospitals and couldn't take care of themselves. But the other side argued that they had this history of drug abuse. They had this history of illicit narcotics, and that couldn't be an argument that they were incapacitated in order to benefit them because of that. Of course, we argued the opposite, but I think that is a question that jurors may have, and certainly the prosecution tried to lean into that she gave up, that she should have done better, she should have tried harder. But I think that is really hard to do when you're talking about someone whose mental capacity is damaged.
Yeah. Are you getting word that there's some action outside the courtroom? The family has just entered the courtroom, which is, of course, the first step as they fill the courtroom. Almost 10 hours now. Rich, our cameraman, is in the courtroom. That's his camera. That's the seal. Likely, this is it for the day. That's what we would probably bet. But who knows? It's a Friday. Let's get a break now. Let's find out what's happening. Will the jury be going home for the day? Do they have a question? We'll find out right after this.
Oh no, what's happening? I wonder if they finished. This is crazy. Right? Let's go. We want to know.
During that conversation, did you have any difficulty understanding the woman?
No, ma'am.
Did she appear to have any difficulty understanding you or the questions that you were asking her?
No, ma'am.
And her voice, did it seem slurred or impaired in any way?
Not at all.
Do you have any trouble understanding the woman?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble understanding you or the questions you were asking her?
No.
Did her voice sound slurred or impaired in any way?
No.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about this interaction?
No.
What was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. That's a live look inside the courtroom where the parties are assembling. 10 hours and 3 minutes, the jury has been out in the case against Lindsay Clancy. And according to our photographer, Rich, who was in the courtroom is filling up. The family is in, the members of the media are in, and now members of the public are just filing in. We are anticipating it is the end of the day for deliberating for this jury of 9 women and 3 men. We're expecting that Judge Sullivan will take the bench and allow the jury to retire for the evening. Now, whether they have sent a note to that effect, or if Judge Sullivan is just telling them enough is enough for the day, we'll find out eventually. But 10 hours and 4 minutes, they've been at it a while, but this is a case that is not only complicated, but we're talking 4.5 weeks of testimony, 80 plus witnesses took the stand, countless exhibits, and medical records. There's a lot to mull over here in this case. They had one question that has this jury. It was about seeing the medication and the knife. We can dissect that all we want. Bottom line is they are hard at work and they're going through the evidence. Matthew Tim Paddock's outside the courthouse with me in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Julia Janae, Vinny Pautan in the Court TV. Julia's in the Court TV studios. Vinny's in his studio for VPI. And joining our conversation, our friend Dr. Judy Ho. This is, I'll cut you off, Doctor, but if as soon as Judge Sullivan takes the bench, which could be any second now here, thoughts, 10 hours over 2 days, where's this going in your mind?
Well, I think the jury has quite the stakes set aside of them, because right now we're trying to decide exactly how much criminal culpability Lindsay Clancy has. And I know that there's been a lot of evidence presented. It can even feel confusing, especially as the public is taking everything in. There's a lot of different pieces. There's people who are advocating for her innocence, or people who are saying absolutely not, she still needs to be culpable. But really at the end, it really comes down to, did she know right from wrong when she killed her children? And did she completely lack the capacity to stop herself, even if she knew that it was morally wrong to do so? And that's a tough thing to disentangle, because you have to try to get into the mindset of Lindsay Clancy at the time that she killed her 3 children and try to make the best decision possible without actually being there and really knowing exactly what her internal state was.
Vinny, we're being told that the jury is going home, according to Rich. Not official yet. We'll wait till Judge Sullivan takes the bench. But makes sense that, your theorem thinks that it's going to take them till at least Wednesday of next week, given the volume of evidence and the amount of days of testimony.
Well, no, I'm saying Tuesday after lunch. I've been saying that from the beginning. That would be like the normal time. But I still want to hear the words "the jury's going home," because this reminds me of a moment in Massachusetts. It was the hockey dad trial, and that judge was ending court, I think, at 5 o'clock, not 4 o'clock. And we all sort of gathered inside, and then all of a sudden they said, "There's a verdict." Like nobody expected it, nobody knew it, and it just happened. Our field producer had to grab the camera because our camera person wasn't even there. It wasn't ours, it was one of the locals, wasn't even there. And so we've got our field producer manning the camera for this huge verdict that nobody saw coming until it just fell in our lap right at the end of the day. So I trust Rich, I believe in Rich, but I want to hear those words come from the courtroom.
That is good advice. We will wait till Judge Sullivan tells the jury it is time to go home. Again, Rich, Sierra Gillespie is also in the courtroom telling us that the media is seated for the most part and just waiting for the Judge Sullivan, to take the bench. So, all right, let's do this. Let's slip in one more commercial break, and then we will find out for sure. Is this a hockey dad scenario? Do we have a verdict, or is it, as Rich believes, the jury is going home for the day after 10 hours and 8 minutes of testimony? Back with more. Our continuing coverage of the deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy case continues when we come back.
Boy, maybe they'll have a verdict. Who knows?
Your Honor, before the court, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, it's my intent at this point to bring the jury in and then excuse them till Monday morning. Okay?
Really?
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, present before the court are 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All other parties are present.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. What I'm going to do, it's been a long day for everybody, so I'm going to excuse everyone until Monday morning, 9 o'clock, where to resume deliberations. You know what I'm going to tell you now, all right? And that applies to everybody here. You have to be vigilant to follow those instructions. Don't talk about this case. Don't talk about the deliberations. Don't listen to anything. Don't read anything. And just put this out of your mind as best you can. And we'll see everybody on Monday morning. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, this way.
Court's back in session. Please be seated.
Anything we need to address at this time? All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter till Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Court stands in recess.
Alrighty, guys, time for us to take a break from Lindsay Clancy for the weekend. And we will be back here on Monday, waiting to see what the decision will be.
Back to Court TV Live, I'm Julia Janae. Our live coverage of day 23 of the trial for Lindsay Clancy continues out there in Massachusetts. And we've been waiting to see what the jury is going to do now that we are approaching the end of the day. Let's go into the courtroom where Judge William Sullivan is taking the bench.
Oh, we already seen that. All right. See you guys Monday and have a great night. And I may see others in other chats. But bye, guys. Have a great night and have a great weekend. Bye.